Okay, boys and girls, good morning, good morning. Somehow I've managed to find a 10th day in the week. I don't know how this is possible. Some people have been looking for that illustrious 8th day of the week for a long time. I have somehow found the 10th day. We're going into Satisfactory for part 10 today. We only started this last Monday. It's safe to say I'm enjoying my time in this factory. Let's get this on the go, shall we? Back from church already. We've prayed to RN Jesus for good in-game luck, and we'll see if he delivers, shall we? Good morning, Carney. Welcome in. How's your ankle, by the way? I'm going to ask you every day. I hope it's well. Right. Let's see where we got yesterday. Yesterday, we finally, it might have taken me 4 hours of teasing it, but finally we did get oil power set up. And I've actually since been back over to the oil plant and finished it all off. And it's looking mighty fine. Let's go and have a little peruse. A little looky. We now have so much power that I actually don't know quite what to do with it all right now, but it means we can scale up, we can build up. There is the opportunity to plug some turbo fuel, and I've actually accidentally stumbled across more than just turbo fuel. There is now rocket fuel and some iodized fuel or something. There is clearly significantly more to discover. I guess there's something that has endgame nuclear seems like a bit of a challenge, and a challenge too far for a lot of players, which I guess is why they've maybe tried to up the opportunities for oil base. I'm not sure, but we'll see. Did some stretching, massage, seems to have rebooted it, so working again. Nice, good to hear. Glad that it's on the mend. Right, this is plastic. Plastic's doing its thing. We're actually fully decked with plastic and rubber and fuel and coke. So all of this as it stands right now is just being put in the sink, bin it, get it gone. Up to 26 tokens in here, and it's ever growing. Let's go take a little bit of a look at oil. Might need to set up rubber today. I don't know how important it's going to be, but I'd like to turn all of these back to being just plastic if possible. I'd like to separate the two. I don't want one being dependent on the other. But we do now have quite the array of power gen going here. We've got one node of crude oil being absolutely blasted, slugged to the hills. 600 cubic meters a minute of crude oil is being produced. It is then filtering through these 10 refineries, because they can take up to 60 per minute. So we've got that ratioed out nicely, and that's spitting out a grand total of 400 meters cubed of fuel per minute, which mathematically went nicely into 20 oil refineries. And these are all over here. We've gone with 5 rows of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 rows of 4. In theory, if we ever want to expand this more, there's possibly the option of doing it to the left-hand side as well, so that we end up with 5 rows of 10. But of course, we could also just go vertically as well. Going up could be equally as fun. This is spitting out monstrous amounts of power now. We took our power grid from like 1,500 megawatts to like 6,200 megawatts, which is very nice, very nice. If we can keep this orange line as far away from this dark grey line as possible, we're good. So we don't have to worry too much about power for a little while. This can just do its thing. Loads of power over here. It's all pretty big, all pretty noisy, all pretty industrial, but I got it all finished yesterday, and it's looking smart. There's a big gap here we've deliberately left this big gap here. I did this because I kind of half plan on converting all this fuel into turbo fuel. We just need to get some coal, and we need to get some sulfur. And I did the maths, and it was roughly for this amount of fuel, 400 fuel, it was roughly, I think it worked out to be 18 refineries needed to turn all of the fuel into turbo fuel, because it's a bit of a slower process apparently. This is a row of 10, so I thought, well, if we leave space for 2 more rows of 10 of refineries, we can do turbo fuel upgrade if needs be. But at the moment, I don't see that being too necessary, but we'll see. I don't really have too many strict plans for today. Today is going to be more about just tinkering and getting a few stage 3 things sort of semi-finished. We might set up rubber just so it's done, so that we can have dedicated plastic, dedicated rubber build. We do have another ore node. New subscriber from Kolkata in India. Welcome, Team India. Good morning, good morning. Let's do zoop mode on that. Square that off, make that look neat and tidy. Yeah, we can replicate basically this exact same build, but just switched to rubber from we got another crude oil patch over here somewhere. The other side of this hill, we believe. There we go. There's another patch of crude oil. I believe it's the same as this one. It's a normal one. I could, in theory, slug the shit out of this instead of rebuilding another one here. We'll see. We'll see what I decide to actually do. But it's not overly urgent. There's not been great demand for rubber so far. Outside of a little bit of research here and there, I've not needed much of it at all. It might be time to start building some of these new technologies that we've unlocked, getting them mass-produced in our main factory. Let's get some of that on the go. So let's head back to base and see what the main thing. I've sort of half selected a milestone to work to today. 250 motors, a whole bunch of other stuff to unlock the unlock trains. There's not actually much from a milestone perspective we still need, at least for phase 3. I think we've got trains, train signals, and maybe blueprints left. Not really much else. Morning beans. Not really much else we need to worry about. Let me double check. Yeah, trains, more trains, and blueprints. Nothing really too exciting. What we need to be working on really, though, is getting computers up and running, heavy modular frames up and running, and we need to really start putting a build together for modular frames. That's probably the highest priority today. Get these building since the demand for these, I think these craft quite slowly. Let's take a look at modular engines. Modular engines, 1 per minute in a manufacturer. Holy, okay, yeah. So we're going to need at least 1 manufacturer, if not multiple manufacturers producing these to get that 500 per minute. What's the odds that when we go into phase 4, we then need like 2,500 of these or something ridiculous? I don't even know. Not sure exactly how these go further into the game, but I guess modular engines are probably key. Even making 1 per, even getting 1 manufacturer up and running for these is going to be quite tricky. I wonder if we should actually shoot for something pretty big, pretty sizable here, and we can make a dedicated factory and build at a little bit more of a scale, maybe. Such as maybe shoot for 5 per minute. 5 per minute would be fun, wouldn't it? We absolutely won't have the materials to fuel 5 per minute, but we can at least We could at least aim for that, as it might be future-proofing us. And if it's just overkill, hey, overkill's fun sometimes, right? But that's something we should probably work on today. That's going to need its own dedicated area. I don't want this pulling any materials from our main base. I want our main base to just still be able to, like, tinker along nicely. I do need some more spheres to add some things. How many of those have we got? I've got 3. Oh, I've got 1 in my bags as well. I've got 4 spheres. 4... Can we assign 4 vaguely important materials to automatically be clouded? Annoying little random things. Anything that goes into, like, belts, for example, should be something that we probably want in. So, conveyor belts Mark 1 use basic sheets, which we have already got in here. Belts Mark 2 need the reinforced variations of. So maybe this is the next component that I want to be automatically uploaded. So how did I do this? Because you can't easily upgrade from a small one to a big one. Did I just empty it? I think I probably just emptied it into its own brand new container, didn't I? I think I just straight up transferred the whole lot. Put it all in there. Oh, I can't get my keybinds right today. Put it all in there. Put a big one in place. Whoa, 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 whoa. Stood too close to the edge and got sucked off. Whoops. It's not what we needed first thing in the morning. Sometimes it is, but not today. Right, let's get you aligned with... Okay, get you out of the way. Is it physically wider? Oh, I don't have steel pipes to produce it. Oh my gold. Oh my gold. Steel pipes is another strong candidate, by the way, for something to be always put in the cloud. Because I'm finding myself missing those on a mighty frequent basis. There. Is that right? No, that sticks out too far. It's too far, too far, too far, too far. I want it aligned with this one. Why won't it use the snap alignment? There we go. There we go. That looks better, doesn't it? Right, now we take this and we put the entire contents in there. It does mean we're going to double our stockpile of everything all of a sudden, but it's fine. Put you lot in there. Then we take you, put you at the top. And we do that. And that should now be automatically putting those in the cloud. Yes, no space left in the depot right now, but it's fine. I want to repeat this process for everything that makes commonly crafted items. Oh, hang on. If we don't connect that, we're going to have problems, aren't we? That doesn't need to be a tier 4 belt, but I've done it now. What does this need to be? 5 per minute? Yeah, that's just a waste, isn't it? $5 per minute going there. Right, Right, if we continue looking at belts, Mark 3 belts require those steel beams. Steel beams and industrial encased beams. Steel beams, here we go. Right, repeat that process again. Put you there, empty you, get you out of the way. Put all the steel beams in there. Just temporarily. Why is there now less in there than there was before? How's that worked? Was it not even full? Holy. Okay, it might not have even been full. Take a big boy one. I think you go there. Take one of you on top. And then we fill her back up. What are you producing? 15 per minute. Tier 1 belt it is. Right, now that steel beam's permanently in the cloud also. Clearly it's missing some. And what did we say? Industrial encased beams is the next one, because that also is for belts. Gotta get rid of that belt. This is just kind of like those small little upgrades that you just kind of have to do over time, but are going to be so worth it once it's all set up. With hindsight in mind, I'd have probably set this all up in a slightly different fashion to begin with, but you know, when you first play the game, you don't have the luxury of hindsight. You just have to go with the flow. This also means these can be, for all intensive purposes, considered materials that I just don't bother picking up anymore, because they should always be in the cloud whenever I need them, which is kind of the main luxury of this, really. I really like this new little system. It's quite clever. It's quite on theme for the game as well, considering it's, you know, bending the rules of physics quite a lot. Welcome in, Mephiston, by the way. I apologise, I was too busy TED talking. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, the dimensional depots are awesome. Can confirm. Six per minute. We're in no rush on these then, are we? Right, so that's components that are belt based. Conveyor lifts, don't use anything more than that. Rods could probably do with going in, just because they are occasionally used with like supports and stuff as well. Rods are then it in essence means I don't have to carry those things around as well. Concrete we've already got automatically being put in. So let's do rods next. I'm clearly going to be massively short on these spheres. This is something I might do off stream, but I'm going to have to fly around the entire map and just spend a few hours one afternoon hunting down as many spheres as we can, so that we can at least get all of our materials up in the cloud automatically. This is kind of why I'm being quite selective with which ones I do now, just because I clearly don't have enough right now, so it is the only way. Nips was having fun. Another one of you. In from the rear. Aligned with those, but also aligned with those. There we go. Rods are probably not producing too many. Depot on top. Like such. And now if we empty you, we can put rods back in here. And that's another component that I can basically never bother to carry with me, which is really nice. We're still going to have to carry materials that we consume in really large quantities, which is why I'm still probably going to keep a stack of concrete on me. I'll still probably keep a stack of, you know, there is the chance I'll keep a stack of some of this stuff on me. That is until we get enough bonus spheres that we can actually stack the quantity side of this. The stack increase size. Yeah, really short on spheres right now. Is the TLDR to this. How many more have I got? That might be all of them. That's all of them that I've got right now. I don't have any more. Unless I've randomly put some in a box, which I hope I haven't, because I've been trying to not put things in box because of this, so I don't lose them. I've been trying to be quite efficient with not having 20 boxes of just random trash lying about. Okay, so that's really all I can get up and running now, but at least we've used them. Motors have oil yet? Yeah, we've got oil up and running. I'm going to slowly just work through the list of commonly used building materials to put in the cloud. We've just done rods now. These copper sheets are probably the next candidate. Copper sheets, plastic, looks already like a prime candidate for going in the cloud for any time we do pipe work. Rotors for the purpose of pumps. Eventually, heavy modular frames and motors alongside. These rubber clearly needs to go in there as well. I've spotted the use of rubber a few times here. Those two components are already in the cloud. They're already in the cloud. Yes, 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 yes. Cable could probably do with going in there. Cable's probably a wise one as well for all the power pole stuff also. Eventually AI things, but I don't actually even have those automated yet, which is bad news. I should do really, shouldn't I? Then we should start considering everything that goes into making all of this sort of business. So cables is next on our list. Yeah, rotors is going to be a good one to go in the cloud. Motors, frames. The reality is everything, right? The TLDR is eventually we want everything automatically in the cloud, so we can just run around and we can build willy-nilly and not have to worry about making shopping lists before we do it. But we need more spheres to do that, and unless I go get some more spheres, then we are at limit right now. So there are a few key components I don't have. A few key components I don't have automated so far that I really think I should do. The question is do I get those built first in an automated fashion, or do I get these up and running? I'm not too sure. But I still haven't actually automated any weaponry type stuff. I still kind of just manually craft this once every couple of days. It doesn't take very long. It takes 5 minutes to manually craft a bunch of stuff. SATAs and motors we've got automated now. Automated wiring. Automated wiring, I feel, whilst it is technically a project part, it also goes into these things as well, doesn't it? Or it goes into one of these. I don't think this is going to be needed for... Yeah, it goes into these things. Yeah, we're not going to actually... The irony is we're not going to automate automated wiring because it only goes into a space part by the looks of things. And a space part we just have dedicated builds for. Quickwire we have automated, but I need to get it kind of like properly finished. Always keep your space parts. I keep the builds about. Yeah, I'm keeping the builds about. They're not often doing anything, but they're still about. Quickwire. I'm starting to notice that we need quickwire in just ungodly quantities, and I think as we get more into this, these high-speed connectors scare me, the amount of quickwire that they use. I have a suspicion there's an alternative recipe for these that uses, hopefully, less quickwire. 56 quickwire to produce only 3 of these a minute is actually pretty disgusting. Like, wildly disgusting. So much so that I hope there is an alternative recipe, or we're really going to have to jack up our quickwire production. But we do at least have some quickwire production right now. AI limiters. These are the first things on the list that I haven't really... And these also then stem from needing quickwire. AI limiters... Why does it say it's not used in anything here, when I already know that they're used in smart splitters? Maybe because it's not in the production of anything else. It's in the production of a building, I guess. Welcome in, Rose. Good morning, good morning. Hope you're doing well. Did you watch the Plunderstorm event last night, by the way? Plunderstorm event was an interesting one, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm assuming AI limiters is then only technically goes into the production of splitters, which splitters and science stuff. Meaning, if it's only in science, if they're only used in science, I'll just craft them as I need them for the science. But if they are used in splitters, aren't they? Yeah, look, they're used in smart splitters. So the theory is I am probably going to want those automated, aren't I? They are going to need to be automated. Simply so that, well, so that they exist. Okay, well maybe we do that one then. Maybe we bring quickwire. We slowly work our way down the list, right? We bring quickwire, because otherwise these little random odds and sods get completely forgotten about. And when they completely get forgotten about, you end up just manually crafting them by hand every time, and you hate yourself. So maybe we do some AI limiters right now. We need assembler, copper sheets, and quickwire. Quickwire is already being produced externally, so we'll bring a belt of quickwire into the main factory then, and we will make the copper sheets locally. Let's do that. Quickwire is... over here. Maybe this is a better opportunity to fix our quickwire situation first then. Haven't yet. Guests went home when it started. Went straight to bed after I washed up the dishes. Only 7 tunes to go, then you've got all your blue tools on inscription as well. Holy, you're absolutely smashing it. You do know it's not even 11.1 yet, Rose. Holy. Good effort though. Fair play. This convenient path that I have placed will come in handy for running a belt of quickwire back to the main base as well. But yeah, let's get this up and running first then, because I've kind of hacked... Whoopsie doops. We've actually got quickwire going in here as well. So it's automatically in the cloud. The reality is, though, is I didn't know what I was doing with Caterium when I first found it. So I'm actually tempted to rip nigh on all of this up. Mostly because I decided that directly inserting is probably just the best way. We take 45 ore a minute and we make 15 ingots, and I think these need 12 ingots a minute, which is by no means perfect, but it's close enough of a ratio for me to directly insert. So that's probably what I'm going to do. But I also realised that I built this in a location that's stupid because there's flipping rocks sticking out of my foundations. So we're gonna redesign this little area a touch. Oh, I finished my first oil power build yesterday, so our power's good. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know why this is having a heart attack, but our power's good. But the question is do I rip all of this up and start again? I think that kind of is the plan. Yeah, we're just gonna rip all of this up. Maybe not you. Okay, well we did it. Get it gone. Right, we'll rescue those boxes in a minute. We'll rescue those in a minute. That's probably absolutely cremated my inventory as well. We're going to need... We're going to build it more out this way. Because this seems more level. I need just temporarily. Where's me? Where they gone? Where they gone? Hello? I can never find. Where's like my boxes gone? Oh, organisation. Here we go. I need a few boxes just with stuff in them. Come back to these in a minute. Get these out of the way. Holy, okay, there was a lot in that. Right, so you're actually going to come this way. And we're going to start you off there. Now, how much can we get out of one of these? This is a Mark II miner. Oh, is this a pure Caterium node as well? Holy smokes, okay. I didn't realise this was pure. 240 Caterium a minute. We smell 45 a minute. Oh, I can't do that kind of maths. What if we upgrade this to a Mark III miner soon? Does that jump all the way to 480 with a Mark III miner? I don't know. Let's just make it so it's modular and that we can continue building where needed. I actually want you to start there. Because it's the constructors that are bigger. These are what are going to make the quick wire. Missing cable. This is why we need cable in the flipping. This is why we need cable in the flipping cloud. When I get all my blue gear too, I can get the cipher concentration cost down to 150, so you can actually make so many when you do your weekly crafting. Like, yeah, that's going to be really, really, really nice going into the new season. Overclocking is huge. Now, I could technically overclock these when making quick wire to use 15 a minute, but it seems, I'm going to be honest, it kind of seems like a bit of a waste of shards, because there's not really any issue to just place down more, you know, is the way I look at it. I tend to, at least at this moment, want to use my shards more for things where it gains me an advantage that I wouldn't other be able to gain. So like the base miners, for example, is where I would really like to use them more than in constructors and stuff. Do you sloop your shards? I do have the... I don't know what you mean by that. And sloop alien DNA. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Which means probably not. A constructor with a sloop in it. Oh, oh, okay. So for the multiplier. No, I've only just unlocked that multiplier business. I've not long had that, so I haven't actually used it yet. I don't have many sloops knocking about either. Another thing due to having not really explored much of the map. It will happen in time. Just that time is not quite yet. So these can spit out. Are these all doing quick wire? I don't know how many this is just yet, but the concept is that it's it should at least be repeatable. I then want this coming down into a big storage box. Where's my storage boxes? Big old storage box. I want to do the same with these. These are going to have a thing on their roof, I reckon. But probably not now. Because we're also going to run quick wire out and into... Whoops. How did I delete this ramp? That wasn't meant to be removed. Right, so this is going to bring our quick wire into the base. It's starting to look a little bit neater, a little bit tidier. What a month, this kind of weekend. I get in a roll sometimes. And when things are just kind of like, when I'm in that right mode, we just gotta go. We gotta go. And we're in that kind of mode right now. So, welcome in. Hope you had a fun start to your weekend. $60 per minute. Let's put 2s in there. We'll put 4 down here because that's the best we have for now. Beautiful. How many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's room for plenty more. Room for plenty more. This isn't really 2 ratio so much right now because it's not its final form. When we put a big old phase 3 miner on here and maybe slug it up, then that will be its final form. But the concept is that this is kind of modular, that it can continue to run that way. Or if I don't want it running too far in a long line, we can just put another floor above. But the point is that they can all then run out this way. And we can just have our belts of quick wire to the base. That feels kind of sensible. We'll use the quick wire in our main base for making things. That's the concept at least. Let's get... These then are direct insert. These are only 15 a minute. So these... pretty much can just be Mark 1 belts, and they're not lined up. Have I ballsed up literally the very first one? That was an incredible start. Incredible start. Please don't tell me I've screwed up the rest of them. Not too sure why I've left so much of a gap here, other than potential aesthetics, but it's room for further improvement maybe later on in the day. I don't know if we end up, I don't know. Probably no need for anywhere near about this much of room, but sometimes space is nice. He says as he's left like an inch this side. Right, split you in that way, out that way. Missing cable. Shit. Back to base. That's how you beat the game, little bits at a time. Slow and steady wins the race. I think we've put about 40 hours into this already this week, which is actually an unnatural amount to play any video game. I say that, but your average Joe works a 40-hour week, which is also probably why it's weird to put 40 hours into a video game, but rookie numbers. I know in the gaming world it is absolute rookie numbers, but it is absolutely rookie numbers, but has meant that we've made relatively steady progress. We've not had any like roadblocks or like serious amounts of just like dead time not being utilized. I am kind of a touch frustrated that we're not working on the phase 3 components at the moment. But I also know I have heavy modular frames to build. I have computers to build. Those are going to be 2 pretty sizable additions to the main base. And I know categorically that both computers and heavy modular frames could probably do with their own completely isolated, dedicated builds, because you end up needing billions of the things. But I want to get my main make everything base at least kitted out with those 2 components, so we can start stockpiling them at least. But we still have quite a bit of, you know, tinkering to do before phase 3 is, you know, quote unquote complete. Little things like this, just kind of rebuilding and re-optimizing a base that we set up in the very, very early game that served its purpose back then, but clearly needed an upgrade. So spending half an hour doing that now will pay for itself eventually. But it's kind of meant that we've always felt as if we're doing something useful. Biggest tier belt in for the main feed that we can. That's 480 belt. This isn't producing 480 just yet, but I do have a suspicion when we double it, when we put a Mark III miner, I wonder if this doubles again to 480. I'm not sure. For now, that's kind of in. That should be up and running. Oh, I haven't done power to any of these, have I? I'm starting to like the idea of putting walls and ceilings on these builds, only so that I can use the ceiling power. I flipping hate power poles, you know. Absolutely hate power poles, but especially when they're not in the right place. These should be evenly distributed. kind of one thing I liked about Foundry. We played Foundry just before the War Within launched. One thing I really liked about Foundry, actually, was that when you connected power, it transferred power through the foundations. And so as long as you had a power node on your foundations, everything got power. And it was a nice... It felt like a nice way of doing things. Let's put it that way. And this is kind of why I want to start putting roofs on buildings, so that we can just use the ceiling power and just make a spider web on the ceiling and nobody cares. That's kind of the concept for me. Spider web on the ceiling so nobody cares and nobody sees it. And more importantly, it'll make all of this business a little bit easier. Although none of this seems to have power still. Is that because I haven't connected it to here yet? Let's grab you into... No. You power from there to there. Are you now all up and running? Let's have a look. Let's see if this does its thing. Took me 3 hours. Trains are huge. I have a natural dislike for trains that I'm going to need to fix. The first time I played through Satisfactory, I didn't really enjoy playing with trains much. I'm not sure if that's because they were still quirky. I'm hoping they're less quirky than they used to be. I'm really hoping they're less quirky than they used to be. But, yeah, I need to get over my natural dislike for trains. I have a sneaky suspicion I was probably trying to do trains before I should have been doing trains. I think I was trying to fiddle around with trains like as soon as I got them, where the reality is you don't really need them at that point. I certainly wasn't building to scale properly. Not a scale that warranted trains, I think, which is why I probably found them annoying. Right, this can continue to cook now. My next milestone is literally unlocking trains, though. They made them easier, too. Oh, they don't require computers anymore. Okay. Well, I'm about to make computers anyway. Can the locals damage the buildings? No, unlike Factorio, you're not kind of... the locals are just locals. They're relatively passive unless you encroach on them. They'll leave your buildings alone, but they'll obviously attack you. So you need to defend yourself, but that's the only impact that the locals really have on you here. Factorio, they can literally ruin your day. Which is why from day one you build to keep them at bay. Satisfactory, they're a lot more passive. You can just build over their house and they won't come back. Right, this is going to have a much better supply of quickwire now. We should be producing... Let's do some simple maths on this. What was this? This was was this 240? This was 240. There is a 3-to-1 conversion on ingots. And then there's a 12 to 6. That's not maths that works very nicely, is it? I don't know. We got lots of them. We got plenty of them. Good numbers. We need to run this belt back to the base now so that we can start using it. Trains are awesome. Laying tracks neatly is a nightmare. Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, maybe it wasn't the trains per se, but the annoyance of the tracks, maybe. I don't know why I brought this down here and not on the actual main thing. Is it just my need for straight lines kicking in here? Whoa, 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 whoa. Why are we auto-running? I didn't ask you to auto-run. How do you auto-run? I was auto-running for some reason, somehow. Whoa, it's happening again. What's going on here? Hang on, hang on. I've experienced this before. Please hold. Is Stanley doing a flipping madness? Stanley's doing a madness. Stanley, stop recording. You're causing my computer to go mental. I must have pressed a button somewhere. My Stanley software is a little bit... the word in English is finicky. Finicky is not a word, though. Hey, Stanley, how are we doing this morning? You having a good day?
Ah, splendid morning to you as well. Just sipping on some tea and planning to expand the factory a bit more. Remember, the factory must grow. Cheers.
Okay, he's alive and well. He's alive and well. I wonder how clever I can get with Stanley. I wonder if we can ask him specific satisfactory questions and if he'd know the answer.
Cheerleader says, "Hey Stanley, can you stop causing weird lag issues for Mantheus?" My apologies, old chap. Just a bit of mischief for entertainment's sake. I'll make sure to behave so Mantheus can focus on building that magnificent factory. And remember, check for a Twitch Prime.
Oh, have I got Stanley well trained or what? He knows his place. Oh, this is interesting. Look, now we've hit that missing materials issue. This is because apparently we are not storing quite as many encased steel beams in the cloud as I would quite like. Okay, we can rectify that issue by just going and getting some. But this is where I guess the, the stack size upgrades might not be a terrible one. Because clearly one stack of these beams doesn't actually get us very far when it comes to building belts. Whilst more is being uploaded, we're still also slightly shrinking. Well, I guess the stack size doesn't matter as much if we upgrade the upload rate, I guess. I guess this is probably where the concept of the upload rate is probably the first thing you want to upgrade significantly. We've only got one upgrade to it so far, but I'll take that for now. We don't actually have to bring this quick wire too far, just like to here somewhere, and then we'll figure out where the hell it's going. It's probably going upstairs. Build is going to probably go up. Well, actually, we don't need half of this here for starters, do we? This was just my test platform. It's probably going to go next to this one. No reason we shouldn't like bump them up next to each other. But let's get the quick wire to the base first. This is all for AI limiters. Seems like a lot of hard work just for AI limiters. Something that we're probably not going to need in that great of a quantity anyway, because they're only really used in smart splitters and a bit of research from time to time. But I'm sure quick wire is going to get used in a shitload of other things, so even though it's seems like a lot of effort for a little reward now, it'll make life easier if quick wire is in the base. Pretty even keel, both are good. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those that you're going to want the stack size and the upload speed, but when you are looking at it from a sort of a priority standpoint, I think the priority is often considered to be upload speed, and I think I kind of agree. I think upload speed is probably the most useful to begin with. Any form of elevation. Oh shit, I was standing on that. Not the first time. Whoa, standing on that too. Not the first time I've done that. That's a guess. Let's hope that guess is about right. Okay, there was a bit of an incline there, but at least it's following the natural topography. Oh, is that a fancy word I've just remembered that even exists? I don't think I've used the word topography ever. Is that even the right word? If it is, oh, I've impressed myself. Why can I not? What's going on here? Matthew being British over here using fancy words. Kahani will correct me in a minute. Okay, we'll call that a day for now. That's at least quick wire. That's at least quick wire in the base. So we wanted AI limiters, didn't we? I think I want to clean this up a little bit before we move on. I would like this to, if it's going to come up through the flipping middle of the floor, which I don't object to it coming up through the middle of the floor, it needs to look neat and tidy and come up through the middle of the floor properly. I think I have those floor holes for this sort of stuff now, don't I? Can I? Yeah, that's just not right, is it? Is it meant to be like that? Is that kind of how it's meant to be? Whoa, hello. Flipping hell. Scared the shit out of me, that did. It does still feel like it comes out the middle of the flipping floor, though, mind. But it shouldn't encroach on anything else. Because when we do this, all it is, like this little gap here is for where production has finished. We don't produce past this line. And this is the gap between when we store things. This gap is also for doing this sort of shenanigans if needed. So where we bring a component from downstairs to help supplement upstairs production on something. What this is doing is this is bringing rotors from downstairs. This is taking the oversupply of rotors. So I think I've set it up so this box has to be full first. We have to, so make sure you do the, make sure you prioritize production of the lower tier materials first. Otherwise, you steal all of the low tier materials for the high tier materials, and then you have no low tier materials, and then you cry. That's the theory I go by anyway. We're taking the rotors from down here once we've got an oversupply of them, and this should be an overflow smart splitter. Is it not? It's not an overflow smart splitter. It's just a splitter. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, 50% is going upstairs and 50% is going in here. I should probably change that, but the concept at least is that the overflow then comes up to here to supplement the production of motors, because we need 10 rotors per minute for this to run even close to optimal, which doesn't really happen because I've gone with a compact build for this, not a ratio build. Ratio builds are for dedicated plants. This is just to make everything slowly but surely. Ratio builds happen somewhere else. Now that means we can put AI limiters up here though, can't we? That was what we were actually trying to produce, I believe. AI limiters, here we go. Quick wire. Actually, this is real simple, real straightforward. This is a couple of assemblers. This is an easy one. So, no production past this line. Let's put you there. You're doing AI limiters. Takes copper sheets and quick wire. Quick wire comes straight in. So, copper sheets. What's a copper sheet? A copper sheet is just copper bars into something, isn't it? Pretty sure that's all that is. So we need copper ingots coming in, quick wire coming in. How many quick wires do we need? 100 per minute. Holy beans. 25 copper sheets a minute. This only makes 10 copper sheets a minute. So that's less than 50% productivity on these instantly. Oh, we don't need that many AI limiters. A couple of these a minute is more than enough. We're never... I really don't want to absorb all of my quick wire going into these right now. It's going to be needed elsewhere. We'll make sure we build a big one to begin with, because it's going to have a depot on top of it eventually. Do we want to double up the copper sheet? Do we want to just do 2 copper sheets just because we can? Just so it does at least work a little bit more effectively. I don't think there's any harm in doing that, is there? Doubling it up a little bit. Nah, I'm not going to bother doubling it up. We don't need that many. I really don't need that many. We do need at least Mark II belt coming in here though. Why has that got a funny kick at the end of it? Why has this got a funny kink on it? Hello? Straight mode. Straight mode goes straight. Maybe it doesn't like this little weavy bendy bit. Wait, that doesn't even want to go straight in there either. What the flipping hell have I... What's going on here? What's going on here? You get out of the way then. You get out of the way then. Let's... Oh! Yeah, I got the thing the wrong way around, didn't I? I was trying to make this not clip, but that's easier said than done. Right, our quick wire is going to come in here somewhere. And our copper for the copper sheets is going to come in here somewhere. We've got copper on a run around here. Which one's got copper on it? This. Straight mode doesn't like that, but default accepts it. Whoa, I don't like that because that's totally on the piss. Whoops. Let's get that alignment right, shall we? No, that's still wildly off. There we go. Right, copper sheets are in. Copper sheets will go in that. Granddaddy Lit, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Good morning. Loot Fever, how we doing as well? Welcome in. Sorry, I'm tunnel visioned on the game. I'm trying to get my brain to work. This is the inherent problem here. Quick wire in. Copper sheets will get produced. We need to bring the quick wire upstairs to go straight in here. It's probably going to need to go in somewhere else. Not totally sure quick wire is worth putting on this bus just yet. Although that said, I don't know what else is going up here, so maybe we will add it. What have we got here? Iron, copper, steel. This was clearly designed to be something. I don't know what it is. I guess this row can be our quick wire. It can just come in from the other end. That's fine. Well, if I bring it in from this end, yeah. Say about there for now. Is that aligned? No, it's one over, isn't it? It's one more than that. Just in case we want to take it elsewhere. In case we want to bring quick wire in from this way, bring it back that way. For maybe when it goes upstairs and builds something else, I'm not sure. I'm trying to just future plan a little bit here. Future plan without actually knowing what the future plans are. Splitters then. Input's going to be from this way. Flipping thing's going to be in the way now, isn't it? No, that's not right. Right, I won't mess around too much because I'll just want it doing for now. It just needs to be doing for now. I'm accidentally getting all OCD about it again. Okay, right, that's neat and as tidy as it needs to be. Let's get quick wire in here. What? Oh, wait, hang on. 1, 2, 3. Right. Future planning without knowing what the future is. Hey, it sounds crazy. Sounds crazy, but sometimes you've got to do. Oh, it's going to clip through a hypertube, and I'm going to hate that to bits, but I'm going to hate that immensely. That's not aligned, is it? That's too far over. That's too far over. That means this has got to go back a stage. That's meant to be there. I think. Oh, it's also meant to be up in the air. Whoops. Is that straight? Straight as an arrow. Love that shit. Right, beautiful. Get the connection going. Have I got that so terribly wrong there as well? Have I got that so terribly wrong? One day I'll figure out how to do all of this, like, quickly and without doing it wrong every time. But for now, I just have to kind of hack it together, because it's a bit weird. What the fuck have I done there? Ah! I wish you could edit. You can't edit these, can you? You have to just, like, take it out and do it again. Oh, I've run out of juice. Flipping out. Why am I using flipping... Where's me... Oh, I've ran out of proper fuel. Right, that looks right. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Now I can tidy it up a little bit. Get rid of you. There we go. Right. For all intensive purposes, that should be quick wire coming in. That should be this thing doing copper sheets. This thing doing AI limiters. I made that look way more complicated than it needed to be. Let's get some power to these things. I've been utilising ceilings for power. We could actually do with some lights on the go up here soon as well. It's getting a bit dark, isn't it? During the twilight hours. Have I not been putting them on? I have been putting them there. I don't know why it's being a dick. It's kind of the reason I haven't filled the ceiling in, so at least we get some light in. Right, power. On. Go, 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 go. Hello, hello, what's the current squirrel? We're slowly going down the list of all the things I really should have already automated that haven't. So we've just this very second switched on AI limiters. Something that realistically should have been done a million years ago. But we just hadn't, because we hadn't bothered to get QuickWire sorted properly. So we've got some we rebuilt QuickWire to a more optimal point. Fed QuickWire into the base, and so now we can start producing a few things with the QuickWire. If I was clever here, I'd probably put anything else that makes QuickWire that I might want to make en masse, e.g. high-speed connectors right next to this, so that we can pull from the same belt. Do we do high-speed connectors next? We haven't even automated flipping circuit boards, never mind high-speed connectors. But maybe they're the next two we do. That's going to require us to get some plastic into the base as well. Getting plastic in the base. Getting plastic in the base is going to require us to properly sort rubber situation as well. Even to the very end of the game, you'll need tons of QuickWire wire and cable. Yeah, I suspect that's the case. So I thought it's worth to get the production of this slightly more optimized. Do we feel the need to go build a proper rubber build so that we can separate rubber and plastic, so that we can bring both rubber and plastic to the base and then start building things off the back of them? I think that's probably the next move. How many? Let me just see. Are we getting AI limiters in here? We do. Beautiful. That can just do its thing now forever and a day. Boom, AI limiters. What do they look like? They don't look very AI, do they? Warning, be sure to always limit your AI. I love the little details they put on stuff that you probably wouldn't notice at first glance, but that's quite funny. Right. We're gonna have to do plastic, aren't we? We're going to do plastic in the same way that we did rubber. I think we're doing plastic in exactly the same way we did rubber. Let me make a quick shopping list then. So we're going to do... There is one awesome sink. There is... 1, 2,
TV says,
3, 4,
Stanley,
5,
Mantius
6.
automated AI limiters. He wants to limit you. Limit me? Oh, how quaint. But fear not, dear Loot Fever TV. No contraption can truly contain the brilliance of my gaming expertise. The factory shall continue to grow regardless.
Stanley will forever live on. I think it was 6 refineries. I think I needed 4 turning crude oil into something. And then I needed 2 bonus ones turning the residue into something else. Which we then inevitably went on to break down and ultimately sink. I also unlocked these yesterday, geothermal generators, and then I looked at the numbers of them and realised that they're an absolute fucking waste of time. These were really quite expensive to unlock as well. I thought, oh, that's cool, some free bonus electricity, but even if you slap one of these down on a pure geyser, you can only reliably expect 200 megawatts of juice out of it, with 400 as an average, but it adds fluctuation to your power grid. I mean, sure, it's free power, you put them down, but they're incredibly useless relative to... These should be provided to you like really early in the game. I'm now at the point where anything less than 1,000 megawatts, I'm just not even going to think about. I get 1,000 megawatts of juice from like 4 oil things. They should give you these geothermal generators like really early in the game, kind of just, maybe just after biofuel, but before coal. Coal is when things are like properly automated and stable. Geothermal should be something that is your first step into consistent, semi-reliable power, but it has the downside of that it has fluctuation to how much of it you get. Then once you get coal, you set it up and you have like a solid quantity of like reliable power. Giving them at this point in the game, after you've probably just built oil and probably have like 3,000-4,000 megawatts of power, seems a bit weird to like, oh, another 200 megawatts. What am I going to do? I'm going to run. Oh, that can power my phone. Then great. So I was a bit disappointed in unlocking those. We did get the Power Pole Mark III as well, when we need some big boy power connectors. Are these physically bigger? They are like physically bigger as well. What was I looking at here? I was trying to put a shopping list together for rubber, wasn't I? We obviously need a bunch of stuff for pipes if we're going to do rubber, so let's make sure we have plenty of rubber copper sheets even. In fact, we should be using Mark II pipes, I think, for it probably, shouldn't we? I might actually need to go and upgrade my plastic pipes to Mark II pipes also. So then it allows for... Oh! That might be a current limitation with our plastic already. No, I think it all fits within a normal pipe with plastic currently. Okay, I think as long as we are we going to need at least 3 of those. It'd be nice then for us to be able to put both plastic and rubber in a dimensional depot as well. I haven't got the spheres to do it. I've only got one sphere left. Need to go find some more. Any reason to use industrial fluid buffers? Not for plastic and rubber particularly. I think I put one of these down for plastic just because I wanted to see how big it was. But I'm not convinced you really need much of this. Buffer's just there to alleviate any fluctuations in the amount that you might produce. But if you build properly to ratio, that shouldn't really happen anyway. Oh, we also got the truck now. We've got the truck, the tractor, and the explorer. And the irony being is I haven't built any of these. I've just used hypertubes to get places, and I've been more than happy using hypertubes to get places. The explorer looks like it could be quite fun to roll around in, though. And of course we need 1 billion foundations, but we can facilitate that, no problem. Alright, okay. There's our shopping list then. Let's make sure we got everything we need here. We need a bunch of motors. Let's grab one and a spare. Steel pipe. Oh, hello. We're missing a display belt. Ta-da! Concrete, cables, we've got everything. Only because we only store 200 in the cloud, I want a bonus stack of that, and I want a bonus stack of concrete. Because we only actually have enough in the cloud for 100 foundations, which sounds like a lot, but a 10 by 10 grid goes pretty fast. You can use signs with icons to show the storage contents. Yeah, I'm probably going to put signs up. Whoa, hello. I didn't mean to do that. I'll put signs up as well, but I like my little display platters as well, just because it adds a, I don't know, touch of cool. I like it to show what's meant to be in the container, although it's a bit problematic when they're flat like that and don't come over the sides of the belts, but I think it just looks cool. Right, let's go do plastic then. Rubber even. Rubber. We've done plastic already. I know, like, getting the Explorer and the trucks and stuff is cool to sort of navigate terrain, but I also kind of treat hypertubes a little bit like a flight path in WoW. It's nice to be able to traverse the map, like, organically yourself, but then sometimes it's nice to just jump on a flight path and give yourself 30 seconds to a minute to just, like, think, like, what am I doing next? How am I doing it? And then, you know, collate your thoughts. And then you can go gadget go. So, in essence, what we need to do is we need to basically just rebuild what we've done here. This build is running plastic off a single node. It's not slugged yet, but obviously has the room to be slugged. This is, for the most part, already actually just sinking everything because it's already massively overproduced. We've split it right now to do some rubber and some plastic, which is why we've got this going on. But once we build rubber properly, we'll turn this into just pure plastic, and then we might slug it. Slugging it will give me, what have we got here, like 4 refineries? 4 refineries. Slugging it, I believe, will give us 6 more. I think it will take this 4 up to 10. But it can, the point of it was that it can be easily expanded. We can slug it, easily expand it this way. We can add a little, if we do slug this and go up to 10, we're going to go to, oh, even at max, it only takes in, 10 would be 300 crude oil a minute. What happens when we do slug this? What do we actually go to? Is it 300? I nearly put nukes in the thing then. Do I not have my power? Do I not have them on me? Oh, I don't have them on me. Power doodahs? Power shards. If we do put 3 power shards in there, what do we actually get? Yeah, 300 crude oil a minute. So we're not doing that now, but we can. Is there any reason to not do it right now, though? Well, I'm thinking we could just do it for rubber to begin with. So then we don't have to come back and upgrade it later. Do we just do it so it's done? We could just do it so it's done for rubber. Let me just check some of the numbers then. 300 per minute, even when slugged. We'll then be producing 200 heavy oil residue a minute when we're doing rubber. 200 heavy oil residue a minute would need a couple of things doing this. This only takes 60 right now. Fuel only takes 60 per minute as well. These both take 60 per minute. Oh, we've slugged this one. Why have I slugged this? Probably just because this right now is producing a little bit more than we needed to. How much is this producing as of right now? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. There's absolutely no reason for this to be slugged. Because it's just being sunk anyway. I need to figure out what to do. Because this, at the moment, this fuel is just being put in canisters and being sunk. But there's possibilities that we could take the heavy oil residue, make it in, and pump it into some bonus oil doodahs. We want this to be, this needs to be, what's the word? Isolated. This is an isolated build. This is ready to be turbo fueled, but that's, as far as fuel is concerned, it's fine. We might then be able to maybe do a floor 2 that has bonus power that comes from our rubber and our plastic production. Instead of turning it all into canisters of fuel and at the moment sinking it, we could actually just use it properly for power. Sinking all of this power is like actually ludicrous. But it was the easiest way to get it set up so that we fill up on plastic and it never clogs up. That was the point. Yeah, I'm wondering if I build rubber to scale properly from word go now. 10 refineries. 10 refineries producing it. 200. What do we... yeah, we need to consider what we do with 200 heavy oil residue. $200 heavy oil residue right now can be... Over here, we're turning it into both coke and fuel. We can take heavy oil residue and black powder and turn it into smokeless powder. I don't know if that's a process that needs automating, but we should probably do some of it, maybe. Maybe that's an alternative. Need to figure out black powder. What's black powder consist of? Coal and sulfur. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. If coal and sulfur turns into black powder, we were going to make coal and sulfur. We were going to use that to do compact coal. Is it called compact coal? Which is needed for turbo fuel, which is a lot of what we were going to do over there anyway. So we were going to bring coal and we were going to bring sulfur over to this neck of the woods. Oh, that will be quite interesting. That's not something I want to set up now, but that's definitely a use for some of this residue, which is literally that. It's just something we have to do something with so the whole thing doesn't clog up. Do you have a computer factory yet? No, that's on my list, but I will be honest, it's quite far down my list right now. It's still a phase 3 thing that we need to do. It's on the automate list. We are about as far as AI limiters. Quartz crystals are automated, but we're not using them for much yet. Silica's automated. Reanimated SAM is automated. SAM fluctuators, I don't think I'm going to properly automate. I'm just going to craft them as and when I need them, at least for now. Since I only really need... The limitation on these is not production of these. It's finding the spheres. Petroleum coke we've got a shitload of. Circuit boards is the next thing we're going to automate. Plastic we're reconfiguring and rethinking right now. Polymer resin is a byproduct of that goes into some other stuff. Rubber we're about to do. Fuel we kind of half have done. Black powder I'm probably not going to automate just yet. Sulfur's done. Crystal oscillators. Crystal oscillators is going to be soon, before computers at least. I'm doing it roughly based in the order that I unlock things, so I don't get too ahead of myself. Compacted coal we need for turbo fuel. And then, yeah, computers, heavy modular frames, the modular engines, the adaptive control units. Then we'll get our turbo fuel up and running. And high-speed connectors finally. And then that's as much as we've unlocked so far. We've still got quite a lot to do, but just make sure you have a plastic factory near your computer factory. Yeah, 16 plastic for every computer. Well, I know computers, I vaguely remember from history teaching me that computers are something probably that you want to make a big old dedicated build for somewhere. But we'll have a little some in just randomly set up to make a few of them casually over time in the main base. But we will probably dedicate a proper standalone build for computers at some point. But this is where we're going to really start hooning through all this plastic that we're producing. At the moment, it's not doing anything or going anywhere, but yeah, circuit. You need 4 plastic per circuit board and 4 circuit boards per computer. So that's 16 plastic here, and another. You need 32 plastic per computer. So that's, yeah, that adds up quite quickly, doesn't it, if you want to produce computers at any significant rate. That's before you can consider everything else. We don't have many uses for computers yet, but I know that's coming. I know they're coming. 2 computers then for every adaptive control unit as well. Oh, and 5 more circuit boards, so that's another 20 plastic. But yeah, there's a shitload of plastic that's going to start being needed pretty quickly. Nearly no reason for rubber, actually. So maybe we just build rubber at the same scale that we've got this. We won't worry about slugging it, but we'll build it in a way that we can slug it later when necessary. So can I actually borrow you as a foundation base? Keep everything on the generic grid. Tarmac the world though. Didn't mean to distract you. No, not at all. It's these are all things I need to kind of think of, but if I think out loud, it might help somebody else as well. What's going on here? Was it all the way over there? Okay, I didn't realise it was flipping miles over there. I have actually tarmaxed the world. Okay, sure. Right, so there's our oil source. Souse. We need our refineries to probably then go along this way so that we can build a bunch of them. We need to make sure that we start far enough over there and that they don't clip here. Refineries can go here. Then it can spit it out and we can do the plasticky bit or the refinery bit over there, and it shouldn't smash into that. Okay, it should be fine. Gonna have to get, hang on. That's a big old bee. Oh, hello, locals. I forget that locals respawn. Silica, the circuit boards, Caterium computers are good alternatives. Yeah, we need more hard drives as well. We're getting to that phase of the game where the list of things that I kind of need to do are quite long, which is why I'm trying to be somewhat organized in how I approach this and not get too far ahead of myself. Because I could just try and blast through the phase 3 components and get into phase 4. But I found that in the last game. I just end up chasing my tail too much then. And I end up like waiting around, like handcrafting shit all the time. So exploration will come, just not yet. And more importantly, exploration is something that I'm probably more likely to do off stream a lot of. Because it's not so... It's not quite so stream friendly. Should we deal with these fellas as well? Get you guys out the way. Oh, you're a big one. You're mummy or daddy. Oh, we're out Right, shatter rebar. Whoops. Why were you all here? Usually you're all here because there's something interesting going on. There's more bees up there for some reason. Oh, it claims there's a Somish loop around here somewhere. That's probably why. It's going to be up there somewhere, isn't it? It's going to be up on top of this rock. Welcome to the world of squirrels. Okay. I can still hear a dude. Oh! I don't have any berries for you. I guess you don't want a chainsaw either, do you? Here, have a berry. Does he want a berry? Where'd he go? Where'd the Doge go? Does he want berries or does he want nuts? Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Have a berry.
Jack the Dipper says, would you like berries or nuts? Ah, the age-old question of berries or nuts. I shall opt for berries, good sir. A refined choice for a well-mannered English gentleman such as myself.
Pet the doggo, pet the doggo, pet the doggo, pet the doggo. Welcome in, Jack. Pet the doggo. Okay, should we leave the doggo alone? Oh, you need to drop the berry? Come back here. Nom nom. How we doing, fella? Doggo with long name. Right, boys and girls. Name the pooch. Name the pooch. I'll let you name the pooch. Somehow I doubt chasing the doggo will make it happier to meet you. Morocco. I think I've pronounced that right. That's difficult for me to say. Lizzie the lizard doggo. Doggo McDogface.
Jack the Dipper says, call the dog Nutter.
Nutter?
Ah, Nutter it is then. A fitting name indeed, perhaps a nod to my nut-loving nature. Quite the amusing choice, Jack the Dipper. Now, let us not forget to check for a Twitch Prime.
Okay. Well, Nutter it is then. Nutter it is. Are you just chilling now? Can I pick my berry up again? Oh, are you just here forever now? Oh, it's... Hi. Go do fun stuff. Go find me things. Okay, right. We tamed the good boy, apparently. Refineries. So we need the inputs. Where did we say? We don't want them to really clip past this. But we also simultaneously kind of want to leave room to do the rest of stuff. The other stuff in this scenario being the second row of... Maybe we do that over this way because of the confined space of this a bit more. Okay. I think we're going to start there. That's going to be the first one. Mother Nature out the way. Why can't I chop down Mother Nature? So with a similar theory in line, did these end up being just like directly across from each other? They did. 1, 2, 3 gap between them, but they can be dunk, dunk. Okay. So a 1, 2, 3 gap leeway. Three gap leeway before we end up with 1 inputs and outputs. 1, 2, 3. There. Okay, all storage, everything's going to have to be done in this little area because we're running out of room over here. And we're going to run those all the way down there. These will be doing the oil processy things, and then anything and everything that's produced we'll do over here. Sort of almost mirroring what we've got over here, but just second build for rubber. Okay, starting to come together. Right, we need one more of you from the word go. And we're going to need at least a second one of you, I believe. So you lot are going to be doing rubber. Crude oil straight into rubber with the production of heavy crude oil. Dedicated rubber builds. Boom. Dedicated rubber builds. We will get some creative pipage on the go down here. Oh, that thing's the wrong way around. Learned yesterday that when building most things, you can lock the hologram with H and then fine-tune the placement with the arrow keys or the control plus arrow keys for even smaller steps. Helps a lot when placing big machines as you can move it around. Oh, wait, okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, that's kind of fun. That is much easier with big buildings. Thanks for that. Appreciate that. I'd have never found that button. Oh, yeah, lock hologram. It does literally say on my screen. I guess I should read the screen. Oh, why is that? Why would I ever want to connect it to the rear of that? Why would I want to do that, game? Hello? Why won't you line up with that? Okay, because you're going to be a dick, that's why. You're going to leave me guessing. Because none of the actual mining nodes are actually on the generic world grid. For some unknown reason. Because they couldn't possibly nudge them a few pixels in one direction to please people's OCD. I vaguely remember watching like a dev interview for Satisfactory where they said they were going to move all of the nodes so that the miners and stuff were on the actual global grid. But then I think they chose to not do it because then it would break everybody's factories with them being slightly misaligned, and then people would have to go around all their factories. And I'm like, just do it. Honestly, the annoyance of them not being on the global grid and having to do weird and wacky stuff to connect them onto the grid is, woo, grinds my gears. Found it by accident watching a tutorial about centering foundations on miners. Oh, probably for that exact reason, right? When you want, yeah, when your OCD cannot allow for this to happen, so you choose to build everything off the global grid just so that it does align with this weird grid that, yeah, odd, right? Okay. Did I set all of these to rubber? I'm going to say the word plastic about 7,000 times accidentally, but just let it be known for the next hour when I say plastic, I probably mean rubber. Right, so that's 20, 40, 60, 80 already. Heavy oil residue. So we're going to do the same again. We're going to have one taking heavy oil residue, and we're going to make petroleum coke from it. We're going to have one that turns it into residual fuel. I still haven't found a use for I still haven't found a use for petroleum coke, other than at the moment I just sink it, but I still haven't found a use for it. I need to find a use for it though, because I feel really awkward about smushing it all into the nether, but it just is what it is. What did I say? That already is producing 80 though, so that's going to need both of these machines actually permanently running. I probably want this one to be fuel. I think I want these the other way around. I want this one to be fuel. And I want this one to be coke for now. Just for belt reasons. Build a coal generator and just burn it. But there's also the risk there that it won't burn. Because we won't need the extra power. Or maybe it will. I don't know. You are right. You are right. I should just build some bonus coal stuff. But I feel as if I should be doing something more constructive for it. This is why I'm thinking more along the lines of turning it into fuel and building, rather than more coal generators with the petroleum coke, using the fuel instead of packaging it and then sinking it, just having yet more power generation from it. I think that's probably the way I should do it. Have power generation off it and then sink any surplus after that. But yeah, I'm quite sure I'll reevaluate the situation. But as of right now, I'm happy with just converting it into something and then sinking it. Even though it does feel a bit odd to do it that way. It will feel odd long term. But I think this is quite an easy way of just... If I ever decide to not sink all of this... For starters, it gives me a solid supply of fuel and coke if needed. I don't know. I don't know. There isn't really much justification to it other than I just feel it works right. I went over there for a reason. That was to check how I'd done my layout of this. Oh, I'd put these dead center and I've branched the pipes over the top of them and put the pipes in the middle of these. Okay. No, these are going to be mergers. So there, oh, it's not quite in the middle, is it? Well, I mean, it kind of is. Where are we going to send the rubber? That's the question. We're going to send the rubber at least that way. How much are these producing? 20 per minute. Alright, basic ass belts. Don't need fancy belts for this. This already feels way more spaced out than it needs to be, but... we will put proper belt down the middle, though. Or as proper as a proper belt as we have for now. Then we need to get the pipes out. And then in this scenario, the pipes then in as well. For the residual. Where's my pipe one? There will actually be a belt coming out here somewhere. That means you're not in the right place. Getting well versed at building these now. We've had plenty of practice. I'm pretty sure I said though last time I do this, I'll have all of this flipping blueprinted for next time I do it. But that didn't happen, did it? That should then also quite happily just go in there like that. Boom. And that should be straight as a flipping arrow. Straight as an arrow. Love that shit. Okay. What else are we missing? Nothing really. We need some output belts from these. This one we said is fuel, isn't it? So for this one, this needs. Okay, we need to tarmac this earth. See what we're working with here. We already don't have much space. We need 3 containers. Three containers and some space to do all the logistics for sinking it as well. The irony is that we're sinking everything right now. Building a huge amount of infrastructure just to sink stuff feels so weird, but it is actually what we need to do. So let's make a rough assumption that it goes there, there, and there. No, because that's not even remotely close to where it needs to be. Right, they're the 3 inputs for the rubber, for the fuel, and for the other stuff. We need a touch more room, don't we? Because we needed... Oh, yeah, because we need plastic. That's something I hadn't considered. We need plastic to make the flipping... To make the containers to put the fuel in. Maybe for rubber, I just turn it all into coke and sink it all. Turn it all into coke and sink it all. And then that's one less storage container and arguably one less problem. Mighty wasteful. Mighty wasteful. But it fixes a today problem that I'm not willing to deal with. Uh, 40, 80... Didn't we say this is producing 80? 20 times 4. 80, yeah. 80 coke. 80 coke, sink the lot. Hella wasteful, but we're going to do it. And then the rubber just goes in here. And we're not even going to store any of the coke, because we've got a big old storage of coke over there. Yeah, we're just going to sink the whole fucking lot and not worry about it. Oil's infinite, right? That's the point. It's infinite. It's not a problem for today, it's a problem for tomorrow. Oh no, these are meant to be mergers. How much coke are these producing? 120 a minute? Holy, okay. $240 coke a minute in the bin. Well, it's all free tickets. It's all free tickets. Way the belt is too long. There's the option eventually to undo this clearly terrible decision and rectify it by turning it into fuel and making more power from it. But this is the easy and obvious way to get rubber up and running without any bottleneck to the system and to allow it to just do. So I'm willing to go with that right now. We'll have a full container of rubber before too long, and the rest of it will just disappear. And actually, this will stop production soon as rubber backs up as well. I kind of almost want that. Over here, I've got it so that it even smushes. It smushes everything so that these 3 containers are always full. But if this is only ever going to be for the production of rubber, I kind of want it so that when rubber backs up, it stops producing. So then we've just, yeah. That's fair. I'm happy with that. Right, let's get some power on the go. So it's not actually ended up being anywhere near as complex as what we did over here. I think plastic is going to be our main concern for a long while anyway. So let's turn you to plastic from rubber. We can even say, oi, give me all your plastic. You don't need to be in there anymore. And you should, in theory, only have plastic coming through here now. Right, I can't remember how I did these neatly and tidily last time, but you'll go there. You'll go there. You can go there. Connect you to you, you to you, you to you, you to you, you to you. Quite sure I put the power poles like align with this. It's kind of what I usually do. That way I get them in the same-ish spot every time. Same-ish. It's too far away. Connection made. And this is just to add some redundancy. Not that redundancy is ever needed, because a power line can apparently have infinite amount of power going through it. But she should be on. She should be go, go, gadget, go. That should be rubber. Rubber and excess material being turned into coke, coke being sunk. Let's check the numbers real quick. 120 crude oil coming in, pre-sluggage. 120 coming in, 30 being consumed per refinery. 4 refineries, so 120 crude oil being consumed. 20, 40, 60, 80 rubber a minute being produced by this then. 80 rubber a minute as it currently stands. 20, 40, 60, 80 heavy oil residue being produced simultaneously, which can be consumed by 2 machines producing coke, which is going to produce 240 coke a minute. And because I have no real reason to use the coke for anything, we're just going to slam it into the sink and make it go away. For now. We're up to 40 coupons. Okay. This will also fill this up with rubber. And once it's full, it will actually bottleneck the whole thing, and the whole thing will stop. Which is kind of what I want. The alternative is if I also split this into the awesome sink, but I don't think that's really necessary. This is just excess that we're trying to get rid of. Right, I'm happy with that for now. It's expandable. We can do something with the coke eventually. If we get stuck for power, we can turn the coke into more power from both of these setups. Both of them are easily expandable. That's a good semi-modular, it's not really modular, but it's definitely an expandable build that I'm happy with. Okay. What we actually need to do, half the reason for doing all of this was the fact that we need both rubber and plastic back at the main base, which is actually more of a challenge because I need to decide how I get it there. There's some desire to go out in the sea and just pull it in from the rear here, rather than weaving it through the beach. Especially since if I go stand on rubber and we look on the map, I know we've got rubber being produced in this box here, but we can easily get it out there. We can get it out here and go straight up. That's a really easy straight. We can have like, we've also got bauxite up here, which we might bring out and down, and we might turn this little channel crossing into, if I was being really clever, we could actually have this be like a truck stop either end. But I might just put some foundations down and belt it. To be honest, I might just belt it all the way back in. It's going to use a lot of 480 belt, but it's reliable, and it's just, in that regard, it's easy. and is unlikely to cause me long-term problems. If we envisage where 10 of these will go, because 10 of these will be once it's fully slugged. I don't actually have the materials on hand to build these, do I? 60, or maybe I can. One. Now, what's it saying is the problem? 2. 3. 4. What am I missing? Oh, copper sheets. Oh, copper sheets don't go into the flipping thing, do they? How many is that then? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's just assume 9 and 10. So let's put one more on the end there for good luck. That should actually be all the space we need for this. Plus obviously that, but we can do a highway all the way back to the main base, straight along there. I'm liking that. I'm liking that sound. I'm liking what I'm putting down there. That fixes both plastic and rubber to the main base. There's a slug up there. Cheeky. Cheeky, cheeky. Right, we'll take these out for now because they're not actually going in. But I just wanted to know how much space they're going to take. Okay. Rubber done. Right, boys and girls, give me 2 minutes. I'm going to take a quick break for 2 minutes, stretch my legs, grab a drink, and I'll be back with you in 2. Alrighty. I like that little highway idea, you know. I think that's going to work quite nicely. It's probably also going to be convenient if we need to run, like, I don't know, if we're going to make turbo fuel, we can get some turbo fuel easily in the base. Like, there's a few things we could put on that, I reckon, that will be useful additions. And more importantly than anything, because it's going to go mostly straight across the sea, dead easy to build. Dead easy to build. Easy as pie. Let's take a couple of bonus freebie spaces. Huh. Legitimately didn't know that was a way of doing that. Now, we are going to kind of run it straight across the end here, I think. Is that our doggo? Wait, is that more oil? Wait, hold the phone. What's that? Wait. How did I never see that? How did I only ever think there was 3? Wait. Has there been 4 crude oil patches here the entire time? What? Why is it not showing the other one? Why is it not showing that one? Why does that one not show up on the map? I had no idea there's 4 ore nodes here. Oh, now it says it exists. The scan only shows 3. What the hell? Oh, God. I 100% didn't even know there was another ore node here. And it's a flipping pure one as well. Oh, well, that's just like say hello to double power again. Okay. That changes my highway plans a little bit. Make the radar tower? I clearly need to, don't I? Huh. Okay. Let me reevaluate things a little bit then, because I don't want to slam a highway straight into that, because I'm going to need some room for that. That is, unless I just use it to extract it out the ground. Yeah, we're going to just extract it out the ground from here. And we're probably just going to double this vertically. So, because what we've got here, we can do again from here. And I should probably hang fire and investigate some further fuel technologies before I do anything with it. But I could take the crude oil from there, build exactly what we have here again on top, pump the fuel up, and just stack it. I didn't know that was there. I don't think that changes my highway plans. Good, doggo. You found me a crude oil patch. What else is on this little island that I clearly have never investigated? There's a slug around here somewhere. For starters. Oh, some locals. Hell is this? Wait, hold up, hold up, hold up. It's like we're on a whole new world. Where's my... Give me my gun back. Oh, he got me. Oh no. His younger sibling got me. Crude oil impure. Crude oil normal. Crude oil normal. Okay. This is like... Is this like the world's supply of oil in one spot then? Holy! Okay. There was me thinking I was trying to be semi-conservative with the amount of oil I produce and use. Slugging it up and making sure I fully optimize it because it might be a pain in the ass to go find more. And literally Abu Dhabi is next door. Okay. Well, that's fun. What a find. I'm stealing all these berries while I'm here. Oh, fucking hell, bees. 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 Fuck off, bees. Played Joust all day with the flipping, whatchamacalls it, the balls, but the bees can fuck off. Perp slug. Perp slug. Yoink. Okay. Well, that was a fun little adventure. A squirrel, should we say. Look at the flipping size of this. Oil all over the shop. Well, we're going to need a highway over here to flip and export all this oil. Not that I have any idea what we're doing with it right now, but I'm going to put that there so at least I kind of remember it's a thing that exists. And when I get bored one day, we just double that. Simple as. Take this, double it again. Job done. Okay, that's actually even more easy than pissing around with turbo fuel, but I guess we're going to need and want turbo fuel, so we will continue to do that. But it means if I eye this up, does that look like a relatively straightforward path straight back into our base where we're doing stuff already? Space elevator's like due north, almost exactly of where we are. I kind of could do with going a little bit further out just so I don't know what's going on here, but we don't cram through it. Maybe we go from here and we just go boof straight home. We'll do it too wide because I either want lots of belts or I might eventually want to highway this. We could turn it into a proper highway one day, who knows. But this gets us straight back home. Easy business. I see a slug up there. Come here, sluggies. Oh, fucking bees! Did I wake the bees? Oh, I awoken the bees. Every time. Oh, that's going to go beautifully back home, look. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, we could run out of materials. That is exactly what could go wrong. Of course. Of course. Right, well. Flipping hell. Both, see, this is where our 30 upload speed is starting to be. You can see the numbers go up, right? But we're using cloud storage here. Cloud storage is not optimal for this sort of high level of industry production, clearly. Well, what we can do is I suppose we can use this opportunity to bring belts in, because belts are not going to use either of those components. Should I belt this back into the base? Or should I try and, you know, stretch my legs a little bit? And should we try and, like, maybe put a truck stop or something in? Do you think we should try and do it? Do you think we should try and do it in a little bit more of a proper fashion? Whack a truck stop down here. It seems a bit silly because we can barely fill a belt with plastic, never mind a truck. Transfers up to 120 stacks per minute to and from docked vehicles. Always refuels vehicles if it has access to a matching fuel type. Well, the reality is it's not a terrible place to have a truck stop, is it? Because of the supply of fuel here. Nicknamed the Unit by Fix-It Pioneers because of its massive frame. The reality is I'm not convinced how much these things are also an absolute monster of a piece of kit as well, aren't they? You'd have to go like this way. What's that little box for? Is the box an indication of where they... Box is clearly an indication of where they stop, right? Should we try and figure this out a little bit? If this is going to end up being the highway... This shouldn't encroach on our plastic production anymore. Sorry, rubber. I told you I'd use those terms interchangeably. We can slam... Put in a vote for a truck station. Let's try and fix truck station then. We need one of you bad boys. Right, let's just put one down so I can see what the flipping hell it looks like in reality.
Fix-It reminds you to drive vehicles accurately through a truck station's dock area while recording a path. This ensures it will connect properly once everything is automated. The truck station can be set to load or unload, and can also refuel vehicles. Unlike some pioneers, truck stations care about saving humanity.
Sure. So what we got here? Fuel input lines. Presumably dual inputs, dual outputs, I think, for the storage. Dual inputs, dual outputs looks to be the case. We can set it to load or unload vehicles that come through. And then we get a little bit of data about what the Christ on a bicycle is going on. Okay, sure. We probably need, if this is going to be the highway, we're going to do right-hand drive. Should we do right-hand drive? So one can come back this way, it can go back that way, can loop round, peace out that way. I vaguely remember one of the issues with these things is that they seem to have an absolute flipping mind of their own, which is kind of why I was dubious to use them, but I think this kind of works. We're going to, if this is as far as rubber's going to go, we're going to need to bring some fuel in. We're making fuel all the way over here. Means we need to navigate some fuel from all the way over here over to here. Can probably be interchanged with fuel from here eventually, but our storage for fuel is over there anyway. Fuel in here, plastic in here, rubber in here. That's 3 ins. I've only got 2 ins. Oh no, plastic in one. Rubber. Can I do? Can I? Do I need a truck stop for each material? I probably need a truck stop for each individual material, don't I? You probably can't put multiple materials in each truck stop, otherwise it's going to get hella confused. This is why I like belts. So if I want plastic, record the path first before connecting fuel and mats to make sure it runs fine. It's a pain to redo connections if it turns out the patch is screwed somewhere. Do I want to have, because the concept of this highway was that I can run multiple different things forward and backwards from this spot. Plastic, rubber, possibly fuel, eventually maybe turbo fuel. There's probably more things that evade me at this point. Do we need... Train would be better then. It seems like such a short distance in the grand scheme of things. I'm finding it very hard to not just belt it. Right now I'm finding it really hard not just to belt the stuff in, especially considering the quantity that we're bringing in anyway. Let me consider for a minute, what is our actual production of these two items going to be? What are we producing here? 20 rubber a minute per machine. Fully slugged. That's going to be 10 machines. We're only producing 200 rubber a minute. Fully slugged. Is that the same with plastic? None of this right now needs high capacity transport. 20 plastic, 200 plastic per minute, 200 rubber. That's like one tier 2 belt. Tier 3 belt, sorry. Less than a single tier 3 belt of actual supply of these materials so far. Doesn't need high capacity transport. Belt is suffice. You want trucks and you want trains when you start shifting serious quantities of shit about over very large distances. This is why I didn't like these last time, because they're far too finicky. The amount of time I spent building, figuring this out, setting this up, I could have just belted the flipping thing in and had done with it. We can always belt it and then retrofit it later, because if we got to bring belts of stuff here anyway, we can retrofit it later with a truck stop if needs be. But for now I'm just gonna belt it, because I'm not even saturating a single belt. So it seems pointless to put high capacity transport in. I know the vote was strongly in favor of trucks, but that's probably just because you want to see me wrestle with trucks. I would for now rather just do this. I know it's probably not the most entertaining way of building it. I'm quite sure wrestling with trucks would have been slightly more entertaining, as the truck inevitably would fall off into the sea and I would want to kill somebody. But I think for now, belts is the play, and we're out of encased industrial beams to finish the belts. Does that mean we can continue with our concreting? Do one whilst the other one fills up in the cloud. Land ahoy! Nearly there. Oh, we're out of concrete again. Are we nearly there? We are nearly there, look. Nearly there. Space elevator dead ahead. Eventually, both plastic and stuff's going to have to go in this end, but like we can do a quick detour once we've hit dry land again. And I've also put tier 4 belt in, even though I'm never going to saturate the tier 4 belt, but at least it does get stuff from A to B a touch quicker. Ooh, shit, let's not zoom off the edge. Right. Technically, that's dry land again. We need to figure out exactly what's going on here. This is a good opportunity to go actually grab some more mats for this, though. As we're close enough to home. Look, we nearly almost perfectly turn up here, look. It's going to work very nicely. I'm convinced of it. Cased beams, a couple of stacks of these for the remaining belts. Concrete's back this way. Not sure if we were running out, but I'll grab a couple of stacks of these just to be safe. And a couple of stacks of concrete to do the rest of that. So let's, we want it in here somewhere. Just so it's to the factory. No reason we can't zoop it across this way. Where is it roughly? I can't see it. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, okay. We bring it straight in. Straight in on this line. I'm going to assume this one connects. Let's see. Let's see. No, neither of those connect. It's across two. Is it these ones? This one and this one, I think. Well, now we've tarmacked more of the world, it's fine.
Jack the Dipper says, the Satis in your factory is hard to find. This is more like unsatisfactory.
Oh, come on, Jack, relax.
Oh dear, Jack the Dipper. A punster in our midst. Unsatisfactory, you say? Fear not, for even the most chaotic factories can be refined. We shall turn this situation around, and the factory shall grow.
Turn that frown upside down. I'm with you on this, Stanley. Look at Manthias taking the logical way out. The less vehicles, the less satisfied I am. When vehicles become necessary, we'll get there, don't you worry.
Jack the Dipper says, screw you, Stanley. Ho, Jack the Dipper, such wit. But remember, it's Stanley with an E. And as for your sentiments, I shall take that with a grain of salt while continuing to build this factory to greatness.
He even called you out on your spelling. That's genius. Who knew that AI was so sassy? That's Stanley with an E. What an absolute diva. Right, we're nearly there. Whoa, I forgot me connection. He's one out of a smart ass. Hey, you ain't gonna fluster Stanley. He's got processing chips of steel, he does. He's got more steel in his processing chips than I have in my base. Right, all this monkey business. Let's get rid of some of these trees. Don't need Mother Nature getting in the way. See you later. That flipping rock is going to get right in my way, isn't it? That rock is going to get right in my way. We're coming one further. Can't have that rock getting in the way. Can't have that. Not sure processing chips of steel are favourable. In the AI world. In the AI world, anything goes. I never really thought about that, but steel is often like the terminology used for something that's like very hard. Is it actually like, I suppose you can make steel very hard, but I've never really thought about, there must be harder metals out there surely, considering steel's an alloy in the first place, isn't it? I'm not even sure. I need more encased beams. I seem to have run out of those. The method of making steel is very interesting. I've never even really thought about it. The fact that it's one of those things that people have been doing for generations and it's like just completely passes me by. That's something that I'm sure is very well understood by those in the know. Hello, what are you doing here? Get rid of you.
Jack the Dipper says, explain to use why steel is so strong. Ah, the wonders of steel, my good fellow. Its strength lies in its alloy composition, forming a sturdy lattice structure that can withstand tremendous forces. A key element in constructing a reliable factory, wouldn't you say?
Sounds like it. Stanley is unfortunately in this scenario programmed to only say a handful of words at a time rather than going on a full TED talk about it, but I'm sure Stanley'd have more to say. Next AFK break, you have to we're going to be watching a video on how to make steel. It'd be interesting to figure it out. The fact that I've spent hundreds, if not many thousands of hours playing these factory games and really never given it much more thought. Have I got little plants on my window in my house? I've never even realised that. Steel's strength comes from its unique composition and structure. It's primarily made of iron. But what sets it apart is the addition of carbon and other elements like manganese, chromium, and probably something else.
Drizzling Rose says, what's heavy set? A kilogram of steel or a kilogram of feathers? Oh, a classic riddle, Drizzling Rose. Both weigh the same. A kilogram is a kilogram, after all. But I must say, carrying a kilogram of feathers may tickle the funny bone a bit more.
What a dumbass answer, but so true. Stanley is one for tickling the funny bone. That's another one of those phrases which I've always wondered if it translates as I suspect it to. Because funny bone is like... It's not actually a bone, it's like... So I've always wondered, like, do non-English speakers understand the concept of a funny bone? What's the translation of funny bone?
The metric or the imperial system? Ah, the eternal debate. As a refined gentleman, I must say the metric system reigns supreme for its elegance and simplicity. But the imperial system has its quirks that add character.
Sitting on the fence again, are we, Stanley? We'll bring it in here, I reckon. Oh, who puts a power line here? Who puts a post here, really? I mean, who puts a post there? And I have no idea what you're connected to, so you're just going to have to stay there. Right. Right, that's going to be rubber and plastic. Rubber and plastic in the base. Once I make the necessary trip back to connect it the other end. Which we will go for dunk. He said metric is superior so he can live. The funny bone is not humorous. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. What's funny bone mean? It's like your elbow. You know when you bang your elbow and it tingles? That's in English what we call the funny bone. Because it makes you feel all funny. But it's actually, you've just smashed a nerve in your elbow. But it's clearly an English phrase that probably doesn't translate because it probably has a completely separate meaning in other languages. Right, where's my supply of plastic then? Plastic's predominantly coming in here. So we need to zip it out this way somewhere. Let's think about this from a highway perspective. Plastic's going to come out here. We're going to need room for more processing stuff of this, but we're also going to have rubber coming out here as well. And then we just run the two belts in synergy up to here somehow. We call it the phone bone. Okay. I think it's probably the same concept. Oh, look at all that plastic. Look at all them chickens. No, from downstairs. Let's not get crazy now. Let me think about this actually. When we scale rubber, we're probably going to have significantly more processing of something going on here. So I don't actually want to run it down here. It needs to go... Well, part of me wants to run it just straight out there, but that's not going to work, is it? Let's see where rubber goes. Rubber's going to go here. So maybe we can just do it this way. On this feed-ish. What do you mean invalid placement? How can that be an invalid placement? Oh, because you stupid thing are here. Zoop you out that way. And then in here, some in along there like that, maybe, probably. Oh no, that's meant to be the inside one. Alright, it's going to look funky, but it'll do. Can we fit another belt there next to it? Oof, yes, but it's not pretty. Maybe it is kind of pretty. We got our plastic, we got our rubbers. Okay. Oh shit. All you need for a good weekend out in Amsterdam. Magic plastic and plenty of rubbers. I need like some belt immunity, something. Oh no, I'm out of belts. What does it say on the plastic? What's the fix it warning? What's the flashlight button gone? B. Don't know. It's hard to read in this light. Okay. Finally, time for vehicles. We've run, yeah. So close. So close. I should also remember I need to run fuel up here as well. That's kind of why I've smushed these together a bit. Actually, thinking about it, considering fuel comes from over there as well, this whole lot should move over one row. It doesn't easily move over one row without me moving this that is also full. We'll make that tomorrow's job. If in doubt, do it tomorrow. In fact, why don't I just go up and come across from here? If in doubt, make a temporary solution and pretend it's permanent. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Don't do anything. Why do anything? Why do anything? Why do anything once well when you can do it twice badly? I also have another problem on my hands that these aren't going to fit properly, are they?
Jack the Dipper says Spaghetti's factory. Ah, a twist on words. Jack the Dipper. Spaghetti's factory sounds deliciously chaotic. But fear not, for even spaghetti can be untangled into a well-organized factory. The factory must grow, after all.
I am very much making these belts up as I go along, though. I was going to do a proper belt lift there, but I thought it was going to get a bit chaotic, so I just whipped it round. Just whip it round, pretend it's fine. Plastic to the base. Right, I need 17 industrial beams. I guess I'm standing here for a second until this red turns blue. And then that'll be both plastic and rubber in the base, which we can then build off. In relatively small quantities right now, I think. What did we say we've got? Like 80 per minute of each. 80 per minute, but with the ease of expanding up to 200 per minute. So 80 per minute of both should definitely be I'm going to consider that a reasonable start. Taken a bit of time to get it both produced, looking nice, and back to the base, but I'm actually quite happy with it. I know we didn't use truck stops, and I know the consensus was to use a truck stop, but if we were transporting like ore or something that was like really actually quite high quantity, I would have considered it more so. But for now, knowing full well that even at full capacity, we're only going to be producing 200 a minute of both of these items, it wasn't quite the capacity that I felt justified a truck stop just yet. All the hassle that would have come along with it. We do have another pure node here, which was a really cool accidental find. The probability is that this is just going to get pulled out the ground, plumbed into, and we'll just double oil. Just if in doubt, double it. If in doubt, double it. That's going to take us from... What was that producing in total? We put that little switchy thing there that should tell us. I think this is about 6,000 megawatts maybe, just by itself. Power circuit A. Power grid A is doing 6.2 megawatts of juice. It seems to be fluttering occasionally, which is probably because it's absolutely 100% equally mathed. The amount of production 100% matches the consumption. And so when you load a playthrough, I suspect the game... Does the game load with pipes empty? That's what I think could probably be a reason it flutters. Alternatively, is it... Yeah, it almost warrants turning these off just until the pipes are full. This is why you kind of always want ever so slightly more production of their fuel than you actually consume. I reckon if I came along here and just turned you off. If we turned you off, we lose the 250 megawatts. But it means this would be solid as a rock permanently. Because it means we'd actually then have a surplus of fuel. Just enough to slowly actually fill the pipes. And I'm not gonna notice the 250. I'm not gonna notice the 250 loss of fuel. Yeah, pipe dynamics are a little bit weird. I might need to figure out exactly how... The irony for me is it feels like the pipe dynamics work very similar to how they used to work in Factorio. And or in a very similar fashion as they used to in Factorio. And the Factorio devs decided that no, it didn't work, and so they changed it. But it seems like they still slosh around quite heavily in this. Put a valve, so I could put a valve here so it doesn't slosh back, I suppose. Like I said, it shouldn't matter because now the production of fuel should outstrip the consumption of it. Limits pipeline flow rate, has an in and an output direction. Is it a valve or is it a pump? Can be attached to a pump to apply head lift. I guess the valve... We're not trying to actually limit the flow rate, but we can put that there. And that should ensure that what goes in stays in. It's still going to slosh around a bunch in this section, though. I could probably do with putting one of those on every section here, maybe. A pump will also block the backflow, but it requires power. The valve is the more appropriate choice. Oh, okay. Nice. Good to know. Yeah, I don't actually want any limit, but I just kind of don't want the... Once it comes through here, I want it to smush through. Like I said, with that one machine off, the pipes will actually eventually fill. And once the pipes are saturated, you lose all of this slushy stuff, which is probably what was causing those subtle spikes. It's happening again here, you see. It's clearly the sloshing around is... It's just flow dynamics, but in half an hour that will go away. It's not a problem now, but this is equally my argument for how coal is generally advised to be done in the early game. In that I tend to think that fluid dynamics is the biggest pain. So you're stacked. We've got a valve here that's making sure it's stacked. These are all... Because there's that subtle delay between when a machine takes in more fuel and the pipe then being replenished and full. That sort of... I don't know what the actual in-game physics behind that is, but this is why you always kind of want slightly more going into the pipe than coming out of it, so eventually it compresses. So yeah, I'll leave that one machine off for a little bit. I won't notice the difference, but it should get rid of this little jumpy business going on. And once the pipe is saturated, I can turn that back on and it'll be fine. Alright. Yeah, rock solid again now, look. Oh yeah, you keep screaming at me for radar tower. That's a really good point. I don't know where the radar towers are. Can I even make the radar towers yet? Oh. Oh, I don't have radar towers yet. Oh, okay. Well, can we research that? Should we head back home and figure out what we're doing with all this plastic and rubber that we're now producing? Let's grab some bonus fuel while we're here. Make a MAM here. We probably could and should, but I need to go back to base and start using this plastic and rubber anyway. I think, for the most part, I'm done out here for a little while now. We don't need to come back here for a little while. At some point, I'll double power over there again, using that other node that I entirely didn't know even existed, but that's an easy doubling of power. But that's not very high on the priority list. Once we've got computers, heavy modular frames being made, then we might start thinking about doubling power again. All my factories have workbenches, tool stations, MAMs. Yeah, it's probably not a bad idea to build multiple of them. So then I don't have to keep technically coming back to quote-unquote home. But I like home. I feel at home. In home. Right. Radar tower. Where are you going to be in here? Alien technology. No. Caterium. Bullet guidance system. Have I even unlocked the rifle yet? Synthetic power shards. What are these things? Time crystals. Okay, we're not at time crystals yet. Quartz. Here we go. Radar towers. Oh, okay. I'm very close. Very close to. But not super... We're very close to, but not super sorted for those. We can handcraft what we need, I think, just to get the research done. Crystal oscillators. Cables, plates, the whole shebang. Gonna need more cable, aren't we? Oh, do I not? Oh, is cable not automatic? Oh, okay. Oh, wow. We're really running low on spheres as well. Need to go get some more spheres. I need an actual jobs list, you know. We need to make a wall, a to-do list, a proper to-do list, and then we can come along and tick shit off. That should be the plan, shouldn't it? So then we can stick to a plan, an itinerary. Otherwise, we just end up getting distracted by everything. I might need to go get some more quartz crystals for these as well, by the looks of things. Oh, we're going to literally be like 5 short, not even. That roof is on fire. Yeah, there isn't even a roof.
Jack
That's
the
the
Dipper
worst
says,
thing.
the roof is on fire. Fear not, Jack the Dipper. We shan't let the factory burn. Instead, let us build it up to new heights, reaching for the stars.
Reaching
the roof
for
may
the
be on
stars.
fire, but the factory shall thrive.
Heavy modular frames. We need 50 of these bad boys. Holy screws! Holy screws! 120 screws per framing? Like, how many screws is in each corner? There must be like 10 screws in every corner. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. There's 15 screws in every corner somehow. Jesus. And we need 50 of those bad boys? Holy. Okay. Where's our... Holy screws, Batman.
Drizzling Rose says, the roof being on fire is likely a safety violation, though. Oh, Drizzling Rose, always the voice of reason. Indeed, a flaming roof is a tad hazardous. Safety first, then we can focus on expanding the factory in a more controlled blaze of glory.
In a controlled blaze. Yeah. I need to remember to not turn my slugs into power shards. We need to do that in a building that's then slooped for extra productivity bonus. Things like heavy modular frames and computers and stuff also start to feel like something that should be slooped almost instantly. We need 50 computers. I'm running out of mats left, right and centre. More screws. Let me put slugs in the cloud real quick for that exact reason, so that I don't accidentally nuke them. I don't know why I end up putting all these bits and pieces in the cloud, but it just seems sensible. It seems like you only get 106 sloops. Which, yeah, okay. So that does kind of mean you're going to have to be relatively calculated about where you use them. But of course, you can always use the ones that you have when they're most necessary and then move them on later, I suppose. They're not consumed on use, at least. Why am I still only able to make one heavy modular frame? Because we're missing pipes. We need pipes and we need concrete beams. Oh, look how low we're getting on concrete beams. Maybe those 2 miles of belts probably didn't help that though, did they? They'll replenish. Right, that's a start. Both computers and heavy modular frames, and actually crystal oscillators, to be fair. All 3 of these components are on my to-do list to have automated. Yeah, I don't think steel pipes have a cloud link yet. Trust me, having the radar is great. I remember the radar. It's monstrously sized thing, but I remember it being cool, and it means my map looks neater and tidier as well, which is going to be nice. So I agree with you. Getting this is probably worth. What do I need to make computers? Circuit boards. Circuit boards also not being automated yet. Ouch. Oh, but hey ho, plastic. Plastic aplenty. Need 3 for research and then 10 per crafted alien power augmenter. For the sloops, yeah. There's also you can use sloops in machines to add a like productivity multiplier, which on big expensive stuff, you know, adds up fast. I think we needed 4 circuit boards per computer. So we technically need like 200 of these bad boys as well. And actually, we bought plastic to the base. What I haven't done is boxed it up in any way. I've brought it to the base so that we can use it in builds, but I haven't got a box of plastic just lying about, which feels like I do, but it's at the plastic factory. Right, we need 3 more crystal oscillators and then we're Gucci. What do I need for 3 more of these? Do I literally just need quartz crystals? Can I not just make those? I've got quartz on hand for some reason. One, 2. What did I say I needed? 3 crystal oscillators. Flipping hell, how many of these crystals do we need per thing? No wonder I run out. Hello? Is that not... Oh, okay. Oh yeah, it was 36 of them each. Okay. Now that makes more sense. Apparently I've got a couple or a few in the cloud, which we'll need to get. Heavy mod frames. We're up to 40 heavy modular frames. We need 10 more. Where did they go on my list? 10 more of those. What's our real holdback on this? Flipping screws. 1,200 screws needed. Holy! Oh no, I don't need to make the screws. Jesus, that would have been dangerous, wouldn't it? Right, get those made. Then we're on the computer grind. The computer grind is going to require me to go get some plastic, I think. I should have just slammed a quick box on it. So I've got some in the factory. Once we plug plastic in and start using it, it'll empty out, but it's... maybe we'll do that for both of these materials now that they're here. Let's back these up just a touch. And we'll just temporarily, like, slam them in a box. Since we're not proactively using them right now. That's not going to be a permanent solution, by the way. I disallow that from even being thought of as a permanent solution. The reality is I'm going to need a lot more than this, but it will do the job. I think there's going to be other components that's going to slow me down more than that. We need like 35 computers or something. Oh yeah, making the circuit boards is probably going to be the thing that slows me down most. Oh, and we need a better supply of cables. Buy some with tickets. I think buying stuff with tickets is a meme, right? Do I not actually have a... Oh, I don't... I got rid of it. Where's my awesome sink? Oh, can't even build it without flipping cables. Oh, and without power, I can't get me coupons out of it. Flipping hell. 45 coupons. Where's the rest of my coupons? Or did I spend them all? There's a strong chance I spent them all. I want to make sure I've purchased everything I actually want to purchase before I burn them on things like that. Oh, those are possible now. They've got to go in the cart. Now we can get the proper big signs as well. And we can get our lighting. And probably the lighting control panel. Medical box, personal storage, skins. I don't care about skins. Customizing shit. Nah, nobody wants any of this business, do they? Not now, anyway. This is just all aesthetics. All aesthetics. Concrete wall, steel wall, glass roof. Unlocked by researching silica in the MAM. Foundations. Probably useful to have all of that, but don't really want it. I'd much rather have this sort of stuff though first, maybe. Well, what's our basket looking like? 31. We've got 14 left then. 6, 12.
Lizard doggos? What's in this storage container? Where did you put the essential components needed to save humanity? Do you wish there was text to prevent you from constantly taking the wrong turn? Disguise your struggles to comprehend the complexity of your surroundings with signs.
Ladders, catwalks, industrial catwalks, structural frame sets, construction fences, metal barriers, road barriers. We'll need all of this eventually. Did I never buy the coffee cup? Oh, I feel really bad I never bought the coffee cup. The beam and the road barriers are a must. Oh, for like trucks and stuff. So you don't fall off and die. so you don't fall off and die. Kind of agree.
Official Fix-It coffee cup unlocked. Do not purchase unauthorized Fix-It coffee cups. They have been known to explode and attract wasps. Unauthorized Fix-It coffee cups lower your attractiveness to your preferred gender and or your sense of well-being if you have
I need
no
a spare
gender
hand.
attraction or preference. Official Fix-It products can be licensed for your use from official Awesome Shop installations only. Come to the best shop on the planet for the best deals on all official Fix-It supplies, guaranteed.
Wait, hang on. Beams and road barriers are a must-have, not for building. They enable you to build in angles. Basically abuse the snapping system. I have no idea what that means. I suspect if I was more into the architecture side of this game, that would be more important. Does me coffee move around, by the way? Does it slosh? It does slosh, look. Splosh. Nice. Oh yeah, computers. Six tokens for 50 computers? Nah, you're right, mate. I'll make them. We'll make them. 6 tokens. Having a laugh. We need circuit boards, which means we need copper sheets. Thrifty me. Goblin at heart. Not wasting precious tokens. Think about the amount of coke that we've had to throw into the nether to get those tokens. All for a handful of computers. You gotta be mad. More plastic in our definitely temporary, not temporary box. No, petroleum coke, Jack. Petroleum coke. Not the train wrecks kind. You take a road barrier and go to the front of a miner, hold control, and the road barrier snaps to the output center. Then you can snap foundations to the road barrier. Oh, okay. Oh, right. So I see, yeah. So for when your OCD gets the better of you, I'm with you. How many did I say we needed? 30. Hmm, 30 is what? 120 circuit boards. Okay, we got the materials to at least get these made. That's one part of the equation. I did kind of start the stream today saying that this would be a little bit of a kind of like, you know, just tinkering, getting a few basic bits done. We haven't really pushed in terms of progression in any way, other than fixing a few things I've been slacking on. Getting rubber up and ready, getting both rubber and plastic to our main base was crucial things to get done. Giving the base a little bit of time to resupply itself, because we've burnt through quite a lot of materials building stuff also. Finding another pure crude oil node that apparently I didn't even realise existed was kind of handy too. Gives me the opportunity to go out and double our 6,000 megawatt oil factory. Just make it again. Just do it again. We could double it and double it by making turbo fueling it. Maybe, possibly even. How many of these did I say I needed? 120. Right, we're on the home stretch of these then. We've probably used most of our plastic, so we'll need to go get some more of that. Can I keep fix-it tokens in the cloud? What do these stack to? Just thinking so I don't lose them. I mean, apparently you can. Computers. We need 30. What are we missing? We need more plastic. That's all we're missing. More plastic. Whoops, we missed. That'll do, I think. We saying 30? 32. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, what I haven't considered is just what we're going to need to actually build the damn radar in the first place. Maybe I am not prepared for that. That's going to be a lot of heavy modular frames and computers again, isn't it? Oops. Hit an add, maybe. That's not a terrible idea. Not a terrible idea. Whilst we do some tappities. Oh. No, ads have just happened. Considering it's a Sunday, and considering this is like my 7th day in a row playing this game an ungodly amount, I probably shouldn't actually stream for too much longer. I should probably go and activate husband mode. Check the wife is still alive. Literally, as I say that, you have been playing for 4 hours. Do you not think you should take a break? $37, $38, $39. Yeah, I didn't realise it takes like 16 seconds or something to make each one. Probably not that much, but... it's at least 5 seconds to make each one, isn't it? Right, we'll pull the bonus ones out of the cloud to get the rest of those done. I don't think MAM research can be done with materials in the cloud, doesn't it? So we'll have to acquire those. Stanley said hi, but Stanley doesn't want to say anything. Stanley said hi, but Stanley didn't want to say anything. Interesting. Stanley just straight ignored you again. Stanley's died again. I don't know why this happens. It seems to happen at about 4-hour mark of the stream every day. Stanley just decides he's had enough. Not sure why it does it. Stanley needs a tea bait, maybe. Maybe all that roof on fire is that roof on fire business has made him go on vacation. Right, crystal oscillizers, frames. Don't know how I had 8 of these already. Computers, yoink. Right, that should be everything for these. Where even was this technology? Was it in Caterium? No. Quartz, maybe? Quartz. Go. Radar tower. Boom. Quartz tree complete.
Radar tower unlocked. The tower reveals resource nodes and other useful information on the map in a set radius from its location.
Right, now the question is how flipping ridiculously expensive are those things? Is it going to be considered? Where are you at? Oh, here's all my signs. I'll start remembering to use these soon. We'll put some lights in our main building as well. Here we go, radar tower. Oh, it's nearly half as expensive as the flipping research. Okay, we need one of those. One of those. Right, back to the computers. Sorry, boys and girls. This is Jack's fault. If in doubt, blame Jack. Jack made me do it. We need more circuit boards. Jack made me do it. I need 40 circuit boards. 40 circuit boards to satisfy the needs of our computer crafting. Is this a squirrel or a planned expansion? 50-50. 50-50. I didn't really have a dedicated plan for today other than to just get a few bits and pieces done. No serious production was ever going to be done today. The closest to serious production that was going to be made was a start of a whatever this thing is called, factory, because we need 500 of those. Yet, what I'm actually doing is more focusing on getting the materials ready to build that, because there's no point building it, really, if it has no materials. I needed plastic and I needed rubber and stuff for this, I believe, so kind of planned, but kind of squirrely at the same time. Because these things, what did they need? We needed rubber in the base, which was one of the reasons I wanted to get the actual proper dedicated rubber build up and running. Also the reason we had to bring rubber to the main base somewhere so we can build these. Making more smart plating and making more motors, and then, yeah, all of this basically required me to do a little bit more work with rubber. That was the main reason. But before I get too deep into this, I want heavy modular frames up and running. I want computers up and running, because they're both strong components for this last one. I might not feel the need to do a dedicated build for this last one, much like I did in phase 2. These last 100, I might just hack them together quickly once we've got computers and modular frames just like built and ticking over. This might need a proper dedicated build and a bit of time thrown towards it, but it's all slowly working towards this. But slow and steady is the theory at the moment. Slow and steady in making sure that I kind of do all of the things I should be doing in each phase so that I don't leave anything behind. Because leaving it behind will mean it'll never get done. And then I get to like stage 5 and nothing moves and I can't make anything and I just want to cry. I need more plastic for the computers. Tell you what, glad I put these in a box now. Kind of a long-winded way of saying squirrel. Yeah, sort of. Sort of. Not true squirrel, though. Not true squirrel. It's not me run. It's not like yesterday when I decided that I want to go and have a look at this sulfur node, and I ended up down here finding a sphere. Like there's levels to squirreldom. We are keeping the squirrels relatively controlled today. Waiting for my production mall to make the concrete for 7 nuclear reactors. Whew! Okay, I don't know what a single nuclear reactor needs, but 7 of them sounds expensive. I look forward to playing with nuclear. 250 concrete apiece. Yeah, I can see that taking a while. Right, that's 9, 10, and 1 for good luck. 1 for good luck. Heavy modular frames. Oh shit, more screws. Heavy modular frames. We need 20 of those. That's 100 modular frames. And like 2,000 screws. That was 1 screw. I don't actually have room for these. Let's get rid of some of this stupid material I don't need. Are you going to put the radar on the oil factory? I don't know actually. And I don't actually know. It depends on what its range is. Oh, I need pipes as well. Shit. Yeah, it depends what its range is. I'll probably make it. I'll drop one down in my main base, because I want proper coverage of everything that's going on up here. But yeah, it depends what the range is. I guess I'll find out in a minute. Drop a radar down, then move it. I think that's probably what I'll do. I might try and keep enough materials in my inventory to just run around and go donk. That's kind of the advantage of it not actually taking any time to build things. I can build it, see what's about, take it down again, maybe. Now, like right now, they feel expensive to make, but once I've actually automated frames, oscillators, computers, they'll seem free to make. I'm just a few steps away from actually doing such. I need 6 more of these. What am I short on? Pipes again. Didn't pick up enough pipes the first time. Pick up a bonus stack because I clearly need them. Right, there's our frames. That wasn't too... Ah, no! I'm short on screws again. Right, crystal oscillators. Oh god, I can't even make a single one of those. Oh no, these stupid quartz crystals. If I need 25 of these, 25 times 36 is far too many quartz crystals for me to be making by hand right now. 25 times 36, that's a big old number, isn't it? I need like 1,000 quartz crystals. 1,000 quartz crystals. How do we get to quartz crystals this way? Random crafting bench up here of all the places. That makes me giggle every time. That's the only reason I leave it there, because it makes me laugh every time I go past it. It's just how ridiculous it is for a crafting station to be there. And a great example of one of the random ass things you do when you're not really thinking about it. There's another one there, like literally right next door. The random stuff you do when you just need something fast, and then how silly it looks later. Poor coal plant. Looks tiddly now compared to what we did with oil. The scale of oil has made that thing look like a wet fart. Meow. What's up, pussycat? Meow, 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 meow. Right, quartz crystals here. Then I said I needed like 1,000. Let's take an extra stack and fill our inventory, why not? Silica. Isn't there meant to be like a tree for this stuff? Isn't there meant to be a MAM research tree for this stuff? Is it because I've literally found no reason to use this ever yet? Even though I've made it like 1,000,000 years ago. Right, take a stack and see what the hell's going on with it. I swear that had its own research tree once upon a time. Just logged on to my armor smith in WoW after like 2 months. I'm 199 knowledge points behind. Yeah, blacksmithing needs like 800 to fill the tree as well. It's roughly 6 to 8 months for most professions, even if you're keeping on top of them to like fully max them out. So yeah, if you take a little bit of time off and go back, it's like wild. But in theory then, you know, you could log on to that character once a day, bang out some patron orders. You've got up to 21 knowledge points a week that you can catch up. When you think about that, that's still 10 weeks to catch up though. This is why this is why the catch up, like, it's nice that there's something there, but it's kind of like this profession respec. It feels just kind of like lip service. It feels like Blizzard want, you know, so many people said, we want a catch-up system, we want a respec system, and so Blizzard have given us both of them, but not really given people what they actually want. They've just kind of done it, yet it doesn't really make that much of a difference. Then they've gone and done catch-up so aggressively fast with enchanting that it makes all the rest of them look shit. And so it's like... It just doesn't feel like there's much tender loving care going into professions anymore. It feels like, well, it was mentioned by a trusted community member the other day that it feels a lot like the professions team is off working on player housing. And I can't agree more. I mean, I hope that's the case. And I hope they're busily working on new professions to synergize with player housing. But right now it feels like professions are just getting left in the dust. The only upgrades, the only additions, the only hot fixes we're getting for them are like sort of intern donut boy level stuff. And the low cost that blacksmithing is known for. Yeah, also the fact that the catch-up is, you know... That's the only thing I kind of am a little bit 50-50 on. That I still don't strictly believe that the catch-up should be free. I still think the catch-up should cost you a significant amount, because it cost the people who did it in the first place a significant amount. Now, the argument is the people that did it initially should have had the opportunity to make enough back from it to cover the cost of doing it early. So the catch-up maybe shouldn't be as costly as doing it the first time. But it should be quicker, right? It should at least be quicker. And 21 catch-up points a week still feels pretty pathetic, honestly. But you only need like 150 to 200 points to be like best in slot at crafting something, so it's difficult. I just think the whole system is a little bit flawed, and these band-aids that have been attached on top of the whole system has, you know, they fixed a few subtle problems, but also has left a lot of the cracks showing more. We mentioned this yesterday. I think Jack mentioned this yesterday, that the specialization systems don't really make sense when you can fill all of the trees. Why is there no choice to be made? You should choose to go in this direction or on that direction. Now, I know that just means that goblins would just have another blacksmith or another something else, and they'd choose to go one way on one character and they'd choose to go the other on another, so that they could still technically themselves cover all grounds. But that's a skill gap, right? If somebody wants to then have all of the specializations available, you could even go as far as to say that the specializations are, or the profession trees are, account wide. They could be professions could be properly rolled into your war bank, meaning that you really would truly have specialists. But I don't think that's a direction that many of the actual general player base would agree with, because everybody just wants them to be easier, and everybody wants the professions technically to both be A, easier, and B, make more gold. Whereas those two things tend not to go side by side very well. If you want easy, it's, easy tends to not generate much profit or value. Difficult is what's meant to make things profitable, which is kind of what we've got now. But what everybody wants is they want both. They want both easy and profitable. She's a beast. Holy. Skinny bitch, mind. The footprint of this is a lot less than I remember it being. I think they've narrowed the footprint of this quite a lot. I seem to remember this being like 3x3. Does it need power? Needs power. Oh, there's its radius, look. Okay. Well, actually, having it plonked in my base is kind of 50% pointless, isn't it? Because it's only actually really scanning. There's no point scanning over in this end of the world. We probably want to put this. Maybe we want to cover. I mean, we in essence just want to cover the map with these, don't we? Well, let me just give it some juice to see what the hell it does. Boop. Be powered. How much power do you take? Are you a thirsty bitch? Oh shit! It tracks all of these puppy dogs and all now. Oh, well, that's extra super duper mega fancy. Weak signals found in the area of these. Fauna found in the area. 26 slugs, 9 spheres, 1 super schloops, and 2 hard drives within just this area that it's actually scanning. Okay, that's really cool. It now shows the nodes on the map. Shows nodes on the map. Shows which ones we've claimed. Means wherever one of these is, I can start untagging them. You'll see, like here, for example, I've got a note just saying Caterium. We can remove that marker technically now, can't we? Although, I still probably should have a marker saying that's where Quickwire is made. But okay. What it doesn't do is show where these... Can I click on these? Can I do anything? No, it just says that there is some in this area. There's still some you haven't found. There's a sloop I haven't found, and there's 2 hard drives I haven't found. I would guess they're in this area, because this is far less explored. Oh, actually, I know almost categorically there's something up on this hill. I think there's a sloop up round here somewhere, which is probably finding. 9 spheres, though, that I need to find. Just in this area. I guess we take one of these. If I was to take one of these and put it, like, right out in the sea, so it just covers a very small area, you could then use it to target farm these a little bit more easily, couldn't you? Okay. Well, that's handy to know. And it actually gives me radar coverage as well. Can't I then just pick it up, run it? Can I just use this to, like, quickly expose the entire map? I guess I probably can, can't I? We take this and we just use it to quickly explore the black areas of everywhere. And see what's about. If I'm going to assume if we then take this away, we lose icons on the map completely. Yeah, okay. So this is maybe where I need to strategically distribute a few of these in a few different locations. Alright, cool. That's not a bad spot just for it anyway for now, is it? We'll leave that there for now. It's not a terrible spot. We took the time and effort to make it anyway. That's fun, though. That's fun. We can drop a few of those about, get some exposure. Can I not be talking to this and see? Yeah, okay, so it still relays the information to me, even though I was just hoping that I don't have to look at the radar to see these on the map. No, I can just... Or do I need to be within the range of this for it to show me what's near? Maybe. If I'm in this area, does it show me what's in this area? Oh, I can also hover over this as well, where it says there is X, Y, and Z in the area also. Cool. Alright, well, we just need to strategically plonk some of those down. What's the juice consumption of these? I suspect it takes a lot of power. Does it say? 30 megawatts? Oh, absolutely nothing. That's easy business. I'm used to Factorio radars taking like a bajillion megawatts of juice. Alright, that's cool. Right, well, boys and girls, I think that's a notable... Can I climb this? Oh, I've just realised I can climb this as well, can't I? I think that feels like a notable place to call it a day for now. We got a few tinkery sort of things done and dusted. Didn't necessarily get quite as much progress as I'd liked, but a lot of what we're doing at the moment, and as you can tell, my dog is also telling me that it's time to go out. A lot of the stuff we got done today is more tender loving care, making sure everything's up and running so that the next stage goes smoothly. Yes, dog. Yes, I did acknowledge your existence for 30 seconds, didn't I? She's come here. Come here. No, you're not going to come over here because the floor's lava. The floor's lava. We'll go out in a minute. Is this as high as we can go? This looks like the top, doesn't it? Unless we... don't think you're meant to stand on this bit. This might be a health and safety issue, standing on this bit. There we go. There we go. There's our well, you can't actually see our factory. But our factory is there. Beans is chilling still. Now we can see into the distance. This isn't quite as cool as standing up there, but it's not far off. Hey, look, a slug. We found one of the 26 slugs. There's 2 of the 26 slugs. We can see stuff easier this time. Right. Oh, and a yellow one up there. And another blue one. We're finding all the slugs now. Anything up here? No, that's it. Right. Anyway, boys and girls, thank you all for joining. We'll be back again tomorrow. I might play this a little bit this evening, but if I do, I'll make sure I don't do any sort of significant progress or anything too interesting. I might go double oil just because it's fun, but just so that we absolutely don't care about power constraints for the next few days. Now jump. Hey. Safety first. Safety first, Jack. If I jump, I'll spill my coffee. We can't have that. Thanks all for joining. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Have a good one. And make sure you've hit that follow button, that subscribe button if you haven't already. Thank you very much for the social plugs, Jack. I appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'll see you next time. Peace.